Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantan, the brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold? Or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, city of towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream. It is March 18th, 2023, and I hope everyone has had a pleasant Saturday and is ready for Day 34 of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond. This is Eberron, Oracle of War. We are in Season 3 of our campaign, and this is Parliament of Gears, Part 5 as we enter Season 3. And oh my God, Chaotix with the 67 months of support. Thank you so much, Chaotix. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hope all is well, and welcome, everybody. I am very excited for what promises to be a really excellent session today. Had a pleasant time earlier today with the family as we all went up to my alma mater, the University of Connecticut, and watched as they annihilated the University of Vermont in the NCAA women's tournament by 40-plus points. So that was a very nice, relaxing thing. I got to show the family around some of the old stomping grounds up there. I have not been back on campus for 25 years, so it was interesting to see some things that are the same and some things that have changed quite a bit. And but it was a really good experience. It was a lot of fun. And now we are here for some Parliament Parliament of Gears and some Oracle of War. Before I go any further, just a couple of quick reminders about ways to support the channel. If you have not done so already, please make sure to follow us here on the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of this and other streams. !ArvCord is our Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And !ArvTweets, until that thing collapses, is where I post on Twitter, including when I'm going live, and about various announcements relating to the channel and my own writing and stuff like that. And the website for all of that can be found at arvaneleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area that is under construction, and Triffid and I are going to have that thing back up and functional within a few weeks, so stay tuned for that. Certainly by the end of March to early April, we'll have that ready to go, and you'll be able to get some cool swag, including shirts talking about the best bad idea we've ever had, and that would be from the crew of the King's Citadel, so I'm very excited about that. And then we've got, of course, !Arvtreon, currently sitting at 21 patrons, $2.20 per month. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and that makes a huge difference in terms of what we can do, including paying for overlays and videos like the ones you just saw, and music and things like that. So please jump on board there. You can get stuff for yourself and for the channel. And while we're on that subject, you can also sub to the channel, as Chaotix was nice enough to just do, because that also gets you custom sub badges and emotes and inspirations to help our players, both there and over on the Patreon as well. And of course, on the publishing side, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and !Greyshade. You can order a copy of my novel Greyshade, which came out last year from Athos Arts. The sequel to that, Renegade, will be out later this year. The final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy, Heretic, will be out next year. Later this year, we will also have the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade by one Brandon O'Brien, and of course the audiobook of Greyshade by one Trent Sparks will be available later this year as well. Let me also remind everybody about this, which is the Klein. This is the special event, !Klein, that will be leading off ArvCon 2023 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, a live in-person D&D event on the stage of the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It will be in person and live streamed, and tickets are $5. Please get those tickets now. Don't wait, so that we can show the support that this event actually has. And please spread the word. And again, if anyone needs flyers or things like that to distribute around their local communities, please DM me via Twitch or on Discord, and I am happy to mail you some of these flyers so that you can distribute them. A couple of people have already done that, for which I am most appreciative, so please consider jumping on board to support us with that as well, with Klein. And last but certainly not least, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and to send a message that we will support not only them, but others in the future. Quick note about scheduling. We've got, of course, as I said, Eberron going on tonight. We'll be off tomorrow and Monday. Tuesday, we have a big day planned. It will start over on GOGCom's Twitch channel at 1 p.m. Eastern with Pen and Pixels and more Chained Echoes. At 5 p.m. Eastern, we will have Shire Adventures back on this channel as we play the first one of sessions of those for the month of March. And then that evening, we will have a return with the Vocalists. KP will not be joining us this time. He is in the midst of a big move. He will be back with us in April. But we will have Rem Alternus, new member of the Vocalists, and our veteran Vocalist, Zach Clay, as we continue to play Citizen Sleeper, and that'll be happening on Tuesday. So very big Tuesday to come, and I'm very excited about all of it. But right now, we have got some Parliament of Gears to play. So I'm going to unmute myself and apologize unreservedly to whomever I may have interrupted because I can't hear them. And then I'm going to go over and unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to all of you the incredible crew, which is back at full strength, as you can see. They are back and ready to go, and they are ready to talk about the best bad idea they've ever had, which I think is going to be great. It's been fascinating to watch Marie slowly learn about exactly what that means in all of its implications. And we'll talk about that, starting with the person on the bottom left of our ziggurat there, which is, of course, one Mr. Tren Sparks. It's good to see you, Tren. How is life in the universe with you today, and who are you playing in this best bad idea that anyone's ever had?
I am ready to do double shots of ranch dressing at a moment's notice.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Don't threaten us with a good time. All right. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
no. It actually goes with my salad that's in the bag right there. But anyway, because I already ate all the tempura fried green beans and the sweet potato French fries. So
I see. Okay.
Got my salad waiting to go. How are things going? Ooh, it's been a busy week of work that I didn't realize was going to happen. But that part is done now, so I can move on to things that were actually on my schedule. So it's like, yay! Now I get to do lots of corrections to Gray Shade in the next 2 weeks, and then be done with. I mean,
and be really pleased and happy and joyful. And in the end, it's going to be you will all be as mesmerized as I am by Tren's work. In the end, it will all have been worth it. Yes. Just sort
mesmerized?
Of like, yes, absolutely, drawn into.
So if you're so not like hypnotized, where I can make suggestions that you
right where we 50
like times more than
exactly as you're just going through. Gray Shade was that you will give me your social security number, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what good I'm going to be able to do with that, but maybe I can finally get a passport. I don't know. Anyway, and go to Marie's house and get baked goods fresh out of the.
You're always welcome, my friend. We got a guest room.
Well, I still need a passport first, so I'll just have to steal his. Anyway, so yeah, I'm Tren Sparks. I'm a voice actor and audiobook narrator, and I am playing a chubby little guy who's built amazingly, very much like me, and my hair is almost getting as long as his is. Not quite, but it's close. But his is more wavy than. Anyway, whatever. His name is Miatentin Tagashaw de Cannith. He is from the House of Making. He is a dragon-marked human of the House of Making, and he has well, no, he doesn't have it right now. His mechanical dog named Spanner is hiding in a bush outside with a message tied around his neck with the instructions: if you don't hear from me in 2 hours, run back to Salvation and get this message to what's his face.
Next to a wind elemental, let it be said.
Next to a wind elemental.
So there's just a whirling dervish type of thing next to a metal dog that's in a bush. It's just another Tuesday on the ground.
24 hours, not 2 hours.
Whose name is Philip.
Yes, Philip, the wind elemental.
Well, that's what it translates to.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mary May told us that because she's the only one who can understand it.
It's true. She does speak fluent whoosh. So that's part of it. Always a pleasure to have Tren with us. Thank you, Tren. And also a pleasure, of course, to have back in the fold with us Marie Bilodeau. Marie is back. Marie, it is good to see you. It has been you have been sorely missed. Let me tell you, the people trying to play you, boy, it's been. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just. I was waiting for John to react. Like,
were they glittery? John, the glitter.
Yeah, John wasn't glittery enough. No, I'm just kidding. But you were Miss Marie, of course.
Who can be as glittery as Marie? I submit nobody.
Exactly. So welcome back, Maria. How are you feeling? How are you doing? And who are you playing tonight?
I'm much better. Thank you. I missed you all very much. This is my first, I slowly reintegrated my activities after I whacked my head dancing in this very space. In fact, very strongly on the edge of this chair, which I thought, oh no, that's fine. I whacked my head and I got this big black goose egg, and Carrie's like, you whacked your head? I'm like, I whacked my head. She's like, okay. I'm like, okay. So she looks up concussions and was like, I'm fine. So that night I played Court of Blades with Greg and Brandon. We had a great time. And then the next morning Carrie's like, did you have fun? I'm like, I don't remember. So that's gone. She's like, are you sure you're not concussed? I'm like, I'm fine. So that afternoon I DM'd the game for D&D all day, and at the end of it she was like, you kind of misspoke a few times. Are you sure you're fine? I'm like, I'm fine. And then on the Sunday morning I fell over in my kitchen and I got back up and I was like, I was supposed to go right. I'm fine. Anyways, then Carrie basically tied me to the couch for under cats. So because I concussed myself several times, beautiful stories, really funny, running into a mall. I broke my skull here because I hit myself right where this part of my brain had been mushed so often. It really did a number on me where my left eye was going that way and I couldn't get up. So, all that to say, I'm really glad to be back.
We're glad to have you back in health somewhat. Please tell your
Yes.
chair to stop concussing you, please.
Yeah.
I know I was dancing. I had a dance party. It was Bon Jovi, It's My Life, you know? I was living my best life. They say
Okay.
dance like no one's looking. I just
Not you. You're
Yeah,
supposed
not
to be
you.
looking. You need to.
It's my life, but not
shit.
Marie Biela. Don't hit your head
Listen,
again. Yeah,
Dance like you have no health care. Okay, let's go with that.
Okay, jeez.
Oh, see, that's good.
Right, dance like you're an American. That's what you really. Oh man.
And if
Yeah.
dancing is too dangerous, go play hockey or something safe. Okay, come on.
Carrie
Really.
says she wants to put a little helmet on me at all times, but I want a little sparkle helmet. And then I can have my dance parties. But I am
Yeah.
better though. Seriously, I saw my doctor. We're all very impressed. My reflexes are back. My eyes are doing what they're supposed to be doing when light hits them. So we're all very impressed with my work, with my healing work, which was sitting on my couch. And so I've missed you all, everyone in chat, everyone on the screen so much. And I am back as Birimi Hawksmore, who from my understanding has taking quite a few hits from my number of hit dice and hit points, has cast invisibility. I have questions. I don't actually know fully what happened, except I can see the map. I'm sure the ideas were excellent, and I am looking forward to seeing the sound, reasonable, and safe judgment of my peers during today's session. Thank you, Your Honor.
I love the stages of acceptance as revealed in I see the map and I have questions, and then how many hit points I have? 89. Why do I have only? And they said the quote was, "We got a little dinged," and then they're like, "Why do I only have 2 hit dice left?" And I think it was Jen was like, "Okay, so you got a lot dinged." And like, so it is yes. I cannot wait to explain all of it during the recap. It's going to be a joy.
I missed you
Always a
guys.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Seriously, a pleasure to have you back, Marie. It is also, of course, always a pleasure to have the amazing Brandon O'Brien with us. Brandon, my friend, it is good to see you. I hope all is well with you. And of course, Brandon, you're going to obviously you see Brandon quite a bit on this channel, but you're going to be hearing and seeing more from Brandon on all sorts of fronts, including game design fronts. I am most excited for things which are coming, as we will discuss over the course of the next few months. But in the meantime, I assume you have not been concussing yourself repeatedly, Brandon. How have you been, and how's life been with you, and all that sort of thing? And who are you playing today?
So this week has been a lot, and it continues to be a lot. To the point where I'm sure you know Greg, because we are because we also talk speculate stuff a great deal of the time. We were also trying to see if you could make a speculate game happen this weekend, and I was like, yeah, sure, maybe we can do Saturday. And that was on like Sunday night, and then it took me around Thursday afternoon to go, oh wait, something else happens on Saturday. What is that? Oh right, it's this. So I had to patiently go back to Mike and go, I'm sorry, I'm already playing another game. I set you up for half a week. I'll make it up to you somehow. Because we were going to see if we could play a thing either yesterday or today, so we would have content for tomorrow, and unfortunately that will not be happening. But suffice it to say that means that I know in advance that the games that we're going to play very soon for Speculate are very rad, and you don't want to miss them.
Yeah, agree.
So I'm very excited about that. I am also trying very hard to finish the things that I've promised people I will finish. And then this week was hell. I was supposed to meet Greg to talk some Grey Shade stuff yesterday, and I was like, yes, I'm very excited to do this. And then I remembered, because that's how busy this week was, I remembered that yesterday was my nephew's birthday, so maybe I shouldn't be working right now. So that was a fun time. But that meant that now I'm a little bit behind on a thing.
Yeah,
but
we'll do it tomorrow.
the things will happen, and it will be very fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is to say, being a freelance creative is actually a lot. Please be patient with me as I have the most fun that I've had in several days now playing with all of these lovely people. I will be playing Rowan Shallow, the wild card, as you see in our lovely new video that exists at the top of the thing now. I physically exist. You know what I look like. So yeah, I'm very excited to do weird things with my pistol, and to obviously be having a very safe and reasonable time inside this large tin can surrounded by Warforged. Nothing bad is going to happen from this point onward.
Nothing bad, yeah, and especially with all the coin tricks that that worked, as it turned out, worked out okay, in the end, last week or last session. So always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Thank you, Brandon, and also a pleasure, of course, to have Jennifer Brozick with us. Jen's, good to see you. I hope you are managing and you're hanging in there okay as well. I know there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. How is life in the universe with you in your neck of the woods, and who are you playing in an attempt to keep this party up and on their feet? Who are you playing today?
I want to go on to the record that I said this was a bad idea from the beginning. Just point of order there. Life is interesting in many ways. Some of them good, some of them bad. Overall, I am okay. So, well, that will be a thing to see in the future. Today, it was beautiful. It's actually quite hot in my office right now because we're having a little heat wave. It's, I don't know, it's currently like 75 in my office. So I'm like hot. And I know that's not hot for some people elsewhere, but
Brandon's like, yes, fascinating. It's just like this, 75, you say.
Because I love you, I'm not going to ask you exactly what the temperature is so we can have that conversation. I'm going to let you continue instead.
Last week we were literally freezing and had frost and everything. So we're having a little heat wave, and then we're going to go back down to cold. So we're in the convergence zone, and nobody knows what the weather is. It really is just going to be catch as catch can. I have a lot going on. I've just heard that a certain audio narrator now has my young adult books in his possession, which makes me quite pleased. Yes. Other than that, I'm waiting on contracts from other people. I'm working on stuff. I've got stuff come out. I'm waiting on edits from someone. Who knows who he is?
Can't imagine who that would be.
Oh, and in the fun fact that can be a great trivia question, "It's My Life" by Bon Jovi is actually my ringtone because it amuses me that my life calls me.
We're like kindred spirits, Jen. Let's just call it what it is.
I can't wait to see you.
Me too, Josh. Don't let me dance to your ringtone, please.
I'm not gonna. Remember, I'm the one who made you ice your foot when we were at the con.
Oh my God, I am accident prone. But yes, thank you.
I'm playing Nisiana DiGerasco. She is the heart of the group. She does try to choose joy in all points as possible, but sometimes this group doesn't allow her to do that. So she then just tries to keep them alive.
And sometimes we don't let her do that either.
There is that, and I'm definitely not comfortable where we are right now in this space and time. But we're going to get through it because I have faith. I believe in Eberron. We are here for a reason. I believe in all of us. I believe in us.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Let's go.
So many questions.
So many questions.
So many.
And I believe that the dog isn't supposed to go anywhere for like 24 hours because I didn't think we were going to be done in 2. And Marie's character can see the 2 other people she made invisible, but not me, but I've got a hold of her tabard, so she knows where I am. And I believe we're trying to see which we get to first, the spirits or the captives. Whichever we come across first, we free. How? I don't know. We'll meet that when we get there.
That's the question mark part of the plan, right? And then profit.
No,
Like it's
we
the
do
it's
a
the
lot
you
of
know.
question mark planning. I don't like it, but we do.
It's true. I am very excited to see all of it. Also, hi Genli, and it's a pleasure to have, of course, Jen with us as always. And last but certainly not least, always a pleasure to have John Helfers with us too. John, it's good to see you. I am excited to see how things proceed today. How is life in the universe with you, sir? How's everything going? And who are you playing in our lovely little soiree in the middle of a armed fortress? How's everything with you?
So I have to say, Arm, I'm impressed you did not make a single mention to the end of an era that is happening here in Green Bay, of course.
Right. Listen, I certainly did not. I don't know whether you are, happy and high-fiving or very disappointed at the imminent loss
No,
of Aaron Rodgers.
I'm fairly pleased that things are happening in the way they're unfolding. So
Okay.
I felt it was time. I think it's, you give love a shot and see what happens. And I hope, I just have two words, Favre 2.0 is what I think where I think this is going to go.
I would worry about that myself as not a Jets
Well, we
fan,
won't have
so.
to. We won't have to, except for the salary cap hit we're going to have to take. We don't have that. That's the Jets' problem. That's their
right.
problem now. And hey, if it works out good for them, I don't see that happening. But that's just me. Anyways, it's good to be here, folks. It's I really identify with Brandon's week, not quite from hell, but it's been busy. Come Tuesday, I get off to, well, not balmy Chicago, but cloudy Chicago probably, because Adepticon is upon us, and that's where we are launching the next Kickstarter for Catalyst Game Labs, the company I work for. And we're pretty excited about it. It's going to be live events. We'll be streaming pretty much the whole show just about I'll get my ass kicked in BattleTech games that I only play once a year. We'll be having meetings and watching people play and enjoying it. It should be a blast. I should have had a link. The Kickstarter will be live on, I think it's Wednesday. Yeah, it'll be live on Wednesday. And I don't have any links to really send it anywhere right now. Okay, thank you. But yeah, we're very pumped about it. This is the sequel to our immensely successful Clan Invasion Kickstarter. This is Mercenaries. So it's going to be very exciting. So, and everyone should at least pop into, if you're in the Chicago area, swing by the Schaumburg Convention Center if you can make it, and say hello. If not, follow us online. We're going to have plenty of stuff to do. And so that's been keeping me busy, but not too busy that I couldn't break away and play with my favorite group of people, or one of them, and hopefully not get killed. That's the other thing we're trying to avoid here. So yeah, I play Alarian.
Split the party.
By design. We actually planned this. I'm not saying it's a good plan, but we planned this. So I'm playing Alarian, the Starforged, Warforged Aegis. See that 5 times fast, and and currently facing the big bad of this particular group of, I think psychotic's a good word to use, psychotic minions of the Lord of Blades and their lieutenant or captain or commander. Not us. We're not even close. I mean, we might be there by the end. By like 18, 19, we might be there, but no. And the others are skulky. Well, no, I'm gonna let Arv take it away and give because Marie still needs to be brought up to speed, and I'm going to let Arv do that. So,
and
without further ado,
the link for the Kickstarter is now in chat.
Thank you.
All right, and let's fire up a little bit of the music, and let's talk about what happened as I switch over, to the map. What you see in front of you, chat, is the map of the bridge of an fortress, a floating fortress called the Conclave. We know that because Tantin of the House Kenneth, of House Kenneth, was responsible for being one of the artificers that worked on this, which was originally, during the last war, a transport intended to bring troops to the front line. It has now quite clearly been repurposed for something else. The characters that you see on screen, some of them may be familiar to you. Specifically, this is our very own Alarian. But Alarian right now is being flanked by 2 Warforged, 2 Iron Defenders, There is no partridge in a pear tree, but there definitely is the main captain behind the other side of what looks like a battle map of the Grey, with various things marked with red X's, including salvation itself. We'll talk about the implications of that. The King's Citadel has been sent into the Grey as war looms, theoretically, between Thrain and Brayland. The King's Citadel has been sent into the Grey to find and bring back captives who have been taken by minions of the Lord of Blades, the enigmatic Warforged leader that has been assembling Warforged to him. The assumption from the Lord of Blades, apparently, from what everyone can tell, is that it is time that the Warforged take back the Warforged for themselves, as it were. And so the Lord of Blades has brought a group of people under his banner. None of them, apparently, more cruel and more ruthlessly efficient than Captain Reeve, who you see in front of you right here. The King's Citadel, as they tracked down the Conclave, found numerous examples where Captain Reeve's handiwork could be found, including one particular Warforged who had been systematically dismembered in apparently an example to anybody else that might cross Captain Reeve and the rest of them. The party, having discovered this and having also discovered several creatures like a wind elemental trying to protect his friend the Warforged that had been destroyed, managed to track down the Conclave, which settled down from being a floating fortress into a standing one with massive walls that extended, with a perimeter, with an electrified fence, all things that were innovations, let us say, improvements, modifications to what it was that House Cannith had originally designed some years ago for the last war. The captives within this place, however, are priority number one, and what the party discovered as they were in the process of doing this is that they're not the only creatures imprisoned. The other creatures imprisoned are, of course, the elementals themselves, the ones whose power is what is making it possible to power the electric fence, to power the fortress itself, and so on. And the wind elemental, which had escaped, was freed by the Warforged that was later executed and dismembered in the ways that I have described. This wind elemental told the party that more of its kind can be found within the bowels of the Conclave. And so the party has two sort of groups that they might like to free. One would be the elementals that are being held by the King's Citadel, being held by the group of Warforged that are running this repurposed machine, in the hopes that A, it will help cripple the machine, and B, that they will be able to, right a moral wrong, and hopefully get the elementals on their side. But of course, there are also the captives to free. And so, not being able to think of any other clearer plan, the party devised the following idea, that Alarion, a Starforged, of course, would come forward under the theoretical cover of wanting to join the Lord of Blades and his people, while the rest of the party, Tantin, Merimée, Nisiana, and Rowan, are made invisible through various factors. Nisiana because of some impact of something which happened in the Grey, and Rowan and Tantin because of what Merimée is able to do both for herself and for the two of them. So Captain Reeve has brought... guards have brought Alarion to see Captain Reeve, and we'll come back to that momentarily. But in the meantime, this is what's going on the lower deck of the Conclave, where you can see that we have a guard that is currently wandering around as Rowan has been essentially chucking coins from one place and the other to distract essentially the guard. And while doing so, Tantin has been trying to figure out the control panel down here to the bottom left of the machine, while Merimée and Nisiana are up here, Nisiana holding on to Merimée for dear life and repeating over and over that this is a very bad idea, and she always said so. Merimée, in the meantime, is trying to also get a sense, along with Rowan, of where the heck the captives are and, or possibly, where can the elementals be found. This is the lowest deck of the Conclave. There is a middle deck that the party hasn't seen except for Alarion that can be apparently accessed by going up these stairs. There are multiple doors around the area that the party can try to explore. And at the moment, the party has managed to avoid being seen by anyone except for Alarion. And so we're going to start right here with the party that is on the lower deck at the moment. The guard here is wandering gradually back towards its position in front of the control panel, while Tanton is trying to figure out how to power this thing and what it all does. And I do believe that Tanton had figured out the basic, like what the controls do. What we now need to find out is what Tanton is going to do with it. So I'm going to start with Tanton there, then I'll jump up to Merime and Nisiana, and finally up to
one more thing I don't think you mentioned.
Okay.
I think it's kind of important because, God, that plan sounded really bad as you went through it. Is that Rowan did get the key off the
yes, that is right.
Warforged. Yeah,
That's right.
so the one bright spot, we actually have a way to access the doors.
That's
I thought
right.
those are. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. A kind of metallic, almost a coin.
Playing to any shred of hope we
some
have.
kind. That's
Yes.
right. That's right.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And and let it be known, I actually think that the plan that they've engaged in is not an unreasonable one. This is just extraordinarily difficult, which is why you send these people and not, the low-level recruits to actually figure out how to handle this.
Or an army. Army would be good.
Well,
like an entire army.
Or that too.
You know?
That's true. The army's kind of held down trying to prevent an actual war from happening, which is what's happening.
And
back in
we're
Salvation.
not.
Oh, and one last note. The map that I mentioned has red X's, as I said, all over the place, including one on Salvation itself, something which Ilarion is going to have to deal with that knowledge, but we'll come back to Ilarion in a bit. So let's start with Tanton down here at the bottom of the map. Tanton, you are standing by the control panel, and you can see that the guard is, in fact, making its way back. I do think that you saw that Rowan would have... Rowan did manage to get the metallic circle. One note to the party, Ilarion is now out of range of the mental link between the rest of you. So you don't know what's going on with Ilarion, except that he's somewhere on the that they are on the second floor. So with all that said, Tanton, what do you want to do? As you can see, the guard is heading in your direction.
Well, for Marie's sake, that central grate in the middle of the floor
yes,
is a grate that is basically... If it were open, is directly down to the ground where we're sitting.
So when we get our hand chopped off, that's what we fall under, so that we can get rescued by. Okay, perfect.
Right.
Awesome.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
So keeping an eye on the Warforged who's coming back to make sure that I'm not still standing here when he wanders, to this spot.
Yep.
Basically, if I remember correctly, what we were doing was Tanton was doing a fairly quick scan to gather as much of an idea of what all of the controls do. And so he knows that he can control the fences, the doors, and most likely the ballista on the corners of the enclave.
Mm-hmm. Based upon the assumption based upon what you think you see, and in the controls. Obviously, until you actually use it yourself, you may not be able to know for sure. But yes,
some of these things were added on long after I had worked on these things.
Yep, absolutely. So, having figured that out, where are you as this guy gets closer? Where are you going to go then?
Basically, I'm going to move towards the this here.
Okay.
Staircase. That's what it's called.
All right. As we move towards there, and did you let anyone know any of your companions know anything via the mental link about? Okay, just
why would we do that? Tell each other what's going on, please.
I know it's my fault. I should just realize. Okay, so that's what Tanton is doing. Moving right on up, let me ask what Nisiana and Merime are doing as this guard passes about 7 feet from you, Nisiana, as it's
actually
down to the south.
I think I did no, because Rowan was busy playing.
You said something at least to Rowan, I think.
Yeah, I explained what one of the switches did.
Okay.
That if we needed it, this was, I think it was deactivating the gate, the fence, is what I showed him. I think
that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Please continue.
So, Merime and Nisiana, what would you like to do as this guard passes by?
Oh, you're muted, Jen.
Sorry. By the way, we managed to completely ninja our way up between everybody to get inside, you and me together.
Yeah.
See, I knew I'd be
It's a good
impressed. I knew I'd be impressed with all of you.
You are, of course, leading because I was like, this is a bad idea, but I'm holding on to you no matter what.
Deal.
And to answer the question about the guard, I basically just stay out of his way. I don't make any specific big moves or anything. And I hold on to Marimay's tabard. But I saw Rowan get the key. So I'm just like, my question is, what happens if he has to use the key to do something with the controls? I say. Then that's to the full mind link. Because it's, I mean, Mary May's the one who controls that. It's like, I don't know if does it look like he needs to use that to do the controls?
Oh, not for the controls, no, just to open the doors.
Okay.
Quick note for Marimay, by the way. This thing up here, this slab, since you weren't here when we first described it. This thing up here is a 10-foot by 5-foot steel block with extendable manacles. And right behind it here, there's a shelf on which there are several Warforged fingers and a pair of Warforged hand and a pair of Warforged feet, underneath which are chalked Parliament of Gears Sympathizer, that's under the hands and feet, and under the fingers are the chalked names Clutch and Keeper.
So it's a nice place we're in. I'm glad
Lovely.
we came here.
Yeah.
Or
And I don't think you'd recognize that because the body we tried to save, which turned out to be dead, was missing its hands and feet.
Right.
Out in the gray. Yeah.
So this is Whoosh's friend who
right. Okay, so this is nice. I'm glad we came here for a vacation, guys. Next time I'll do the booking online.
Look, it was a cheap Airbnb.
Expedia, what do you want?
Again, hotels. What's wrong with hotels?
Don't you like the ultimate escape room we're all in right now? Come on.
How do we get out without the guard getting completely freaked out?
Kill him.
How do we kill him?
Oh, well, gotta answer everything now. Okay.
Yes.
Don't get bogged down in the details, Jen.
You're the one who is most qualified to telling us how to disarm, dismantle, whatever.
The second, I do anything, my invisibility, the second any of us does anything, action or
do an
attack.
Or
attack.
For example, Rowan was able to take the key off the guy because that wasn't an attack. It was an action. General actions are fine if you stab somebody or use magic. Then you're out of luck.
Well, if we want to go through one of the doors, I could make a noise with minor illusion.
That will actually make you
because I'll be using a spell. Never mind. I'm just gonna sit here.
I don't know. We can have Rowan throw coins all over the place if you want.
That's true. I mean, that's been working.
I was just about to ask what Rowan is doing as well now that you've received the gotten the key and have been chucking coins around the lot.
Pretty soon it's going to be like defeating Two-Face at the end of Batman. Just throw a bunch of coins in the air.
Oh, God. So, of note as well is the fact that we're the only free hands available to save any of the prisoners on this ship.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that at some point, we have to do the one dumb thing that we can do with this key, which is open a door and expect no one to ask questions about the fact that this door opened by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need the
minute that happens, we're going to draw people's attention. Do we want to wait until after we hear from Ilarion, or
we can't
is that a thing we want to prioritize? Exactly.
So we can't. Ilarion is basically our distraction right now. That was his stated goal. He is distracting things and people, and I have noticed that there are windows where he is, so at least he has an escape route.
Can we make sure the guard's looking another way and then we can open a door? Or the guard goes somewhere else with one of your coins tossed somewhere? Or
the guard, by this point, by the way, has now arrived at the panel and is taking its position again, turned around and facing the room. Staring rather uncomfortably in your direction, Nisiana and Marimay, and then you realize just sort of looking up at the door where all the stuff was happening with the coins that they came from.
So, 2 questions.
Go ahead.
First, Do we need to open a door to go out that staircase?
No,
There is
the
a doorway
staircase
at
does
the-
not have a doorway down
Doesn't?
here. Not down here, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. I thought there was one going.
Not down here, no.
And that just leads to the next available level, I assume.
That you don't know without. I mean, you're not sure, but you know
Okay.
there's no door down here.
So
Did we
that's
hear a
one.
door?
Two. Well, it's essentially the same question that Jen asked. Do the doors make noise? I assume the answer is obviously yes.
Yes, they do. They're not silent. They're not like, it's not like horrible, but yes, you can hear them open and close. In fact, some of these, I should mention one other thing for Marie's benefit. Much of this looks like older construction, presumably the original construction, but some of it, especially the outer perimeter fence, is made literally from smashed together metal and pieces of Warforged and things like that. Very Mad Max, repurposed stuff, as opposed to the more, in quotes, refined work from House Cannith. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
A thing just came to mind.
Oh no.
Using the mind link, I just say, Tantin, I have another silly idea. We'll
Making a face, but he can't see me. So yeah, go ahead.
yeah.
You can hear it though. You can vibe
I'm
it.
like, I'm gonna take your silence as approval rather than disapproval. And we'll have to confirm it when we get to a door. But I highly suspect that these doors, being metal doors attached to metal walls, do lots of clunking. Do you have oil on you?
Yes.
I'm gonna see if we could stop that clunking then. Everyone okay with us going up this staircase?
Shh.
That's not our. Remember what our stated goal was to do. Our stated goal was specifically to find the captives or the spirits, whichever came first, and get them out. That is why Ilarion is up the stairs.
So Ilarian's up the stairs and at the back of the room that we're in?
He went up the stairs. There was doors opening.
Technically, you guys don't know where I am, to be completely honest. Because I'm cut off from the mind link. No one can reach me right now.
But
Oh,
he
you know
went
what?
up
I
the
went up the
stairs
stairs.
with guards.
Yeah.
There were doors involved, or not?
You heard doors from somewhere, but there are a lot of doors open and closing down here. You did hear doors somewhere from, but not necessarily from the stairs directly. So you're not sure where those doors came from. The sound of the doors came from.
So if we wait for the next time we hear from him, it could very well be with bringing him down here to strap him to that table. So we should. We should probably go ahead and go, because I don't think there's much left down here that we're going to be able to do without creating a bit of a ruckus with this gentleman over here.
So go up the stairs and
Yes.
see what's theirs to see.
Mm-hmm.
If we can at least identify captives, we can then discuss what is the best possible route to get the most captives out before crossbows start firing.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're most likely not going to leave with everyone. It's going to be a bit of a mess.
Okay. Actually, that is a better idea than trying to go through a door that will immediately alert people to something.
See, the plan is taking shape now that we see the inside of this death trap.
Okay, where are you all? So if you could position yourselves where you're planning to head, and also very important, especially for Rowan, Merime, and Nisiana, the route that you're taking to get there. This doesn't apply to Tantin, but if you're coming here, which is what it sounds like you're talking about, then I need to know the path that you're tracing to go there.
I am very slowly going from this side of the hole
Okay.
and then towards the staircase.
Okay. Are you so you're avoiding stepping on this at all? I just want to make sure
Yes.
I know. Okay. I need a stealth check from you, please, Rowan, and you'll be doing this at advantage, of course. I'll need the same thing depending on what Nisiana and Merime choose to do, but let's hold off on that until I find out how things go with...
They're absolutely going to hopscotch across the grate.
Honestly, I am literally following Merime because I'm holding onto her tabard, so whichever way she goes, I'm going. But I am also not planning to step on the grate.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't trust the grate.
Okay, so you can tell me which direction you're going. That 21 is works well, so you're able to make your way over to the other side now of the stairs, you and Tanton. Mermaid Nisiana, so question, are you going down this way like that? Or are you going this way like that?
I think the long way.
Okay.
Like, there's no need to get too close to the Warforge. I think we can take the extra few seconds to go around the grate.
Okay.
Take the long way to the stairs.
Yes.
Right?
All right. Yep. All right. So let me get rid of that. Okay. All right. So I'll need stealth checks from both of you when you get to about here. Again,
I'm
both
so
at
excited.
advantage.
I haven't rolled in forever. 2 1s.
There are two. Remember, there are
Quiet
people
you.
listening at home who can't see what's going on.
That's
so.
That's true. So we have a 23 and we have an 18 from Nisiana. Okay. So if both of you could move your tokens here. Let me just move that there. Nisiana Merime, as you get to here in your movement, you hear a and the doors here open, and coming from here is another guard that walks through and comes in and looks around, passes down this way, and Rowan passes more or less right in front of you, like, just like 3 inches, right, exactly, assuming you're not like tripping it or something. You tell me, are you? I assume you're just watching as it goes by, but tell me, Rowan, for sure. Are you?
I am letting it pass.
Okay. So it goes past,
Good
it then goes
Lord.
past Tanton, comes to here, and then stops and says
011110111011101110110.
Exactly. No, it comes to it and says, in the sight of all, it is your turn. I have relieved you. And the other one says, yes, I gratefully accept. Be aware, something strange has been happening up at the northernmost exit. You should pay some attention. There are new recruits that have been brought in, and it may be that the captives have grown restless. And there's a pause, and then the other one says, acknowledged. Certainly Captain Reeve will know of this. And the other one says, when he has completed his interrogation of the new recruit, we will know more. And they sort of nod, and then this one heads out this way. This one comes here, switches around to take the same position. Again, the very uncomfortable experience of walking past, Rowan, as the other one walks past you. And as it comes here, this one stops and then turns. Oh, okay, if I can actually move it. Damn it, move. Does not want to move.
It's okay. Theater of the mind. Just tell us.
Yeah. I just want to see it. Damn it, turns. Slowly he turns.
I'm
Step by
Oh,
step.
he's getting
There
bigger. That's
we go.
not good.
There we go. Turns for a
Cast
moment
enlarge on
and
my-
looks directly through you again, Merime, clearly looking at something up here, and then turns again in the other direction and departs. And the doors close behind him.
Okay, so from that, I'm guessing that the captives are up here, up north.
Well, this is where all the action was happening before with the coin.
Right.
So you
okay.
don't know whether that's the case or not. But in any case, so you are now left with a fresh guard, apparently, and now you can make the rest of your way to the stairs if you wish, Nisiana and Merme.
Given where they were standing before, when Rowan opened the door, they could see outside through that doorway.
Right, that's right. And it looked to be just like you thought it looked like a little storage room. So it might have been like a couple of maybe like a barrel or two standing, but you didn't get a great look. You're basically able to see what you see there, the edge of a barrel or something like that. Yeah.
When he stepped in, would we have been able to just kind of follow through the door with him, or did the door just close too quickly?
Oh, you could theoretically, and I would allow you to try it. It's going to close fairly fast, but you could try to do that if you wish.
Because I would have asked right when he came out, because I actually messaged Nisiana about it. Should we follow through the door when he goes back?
You know, it's like, if you want, because I am in the Marianas Trench. This is so far out of my depth. I am so uncomfortable. But I will follow my sister into hell, which apparently we've done.
Well, this was not my idea, just to be clear, but yes, here we are. Chen
So
and
do we
Roan,
all want to do that?
do we want to do that, or do we want to split the party further? Let me bring in the insight and the sanity.
We have to have a third floor in order to do that properly.
Hmm.
Do we have a third floor?
Yeah, can we find a third?
We know there's at least 2 floors, so
And you could probably get on the roof, but who knows? Anyway,
So just to be sure, my invisibility is not dependent on being a certain distance from Merime.
No, but
No.
if I lose concentration or I use an action, the spell will drop on all of us.
Also,
Right?
that's
Do that.
correct, and I'm going to need a quick decision from all of you on this because you're not going to
Okay.
have much time to make this call in the guard.
So yay or nay? I'm okay
up
either
the
way.
stairs. If
No,
we were
up the
talking about
stairs.
going up the stairs, go up the
Perfect.
stairs.
Yeah, up the
We don't have to
stairs.
interact with the door.
Okay.
Okay.
Because if that's the wrong way, then we have to come back down here. But at least this staircase gives us other options.
Perfect. Let's do it then.
All
Yep.
right. So then go ahead and position yourself by the stairs. Nisiana, you can do the same with yours as well. I'm going to gather together the crew through the power of cut and paste.
as Tangent's like, oh right, I can't see anybody. Okay, well,
But Mary May can, and she can be like letting people know where you and Rowan are.
Yeah,
And
I can.
me, because she can feel me. But
For the purposes of navigation, which direction on this map is north?
It is up, thank God.
Okay,
As
Okay.
in accordance with the prophecy.
we have.
So
so
a
we're headed
history.
south, apparently.
Yeah.
South up the stairs.
Okay, let me bring the players over to what they see. And as you come around here, you can see that you are now here on the what looks like the middle deck, the middle deck of the 2 or 3. Again, there are multiple doors here that you can see on the outside. Also, Alarian, I'm coming to you in a second. There
No
are
worries.
wall-mounted ever-bright lanterns which illuminate the room, but there are 2 portals in the aft wall here and here that you can see as you come up the stairs, which provide some natural light. Now, technically, I wouldn't normally be showing you this, but there is at least 1 guard back here, but you'd have to double-check and see other things, so to speak.
So, when I clear the staircase, the very first thing I want to do is investigate this hallway further.
Okay. So you mean the hallway that you're standing in, essentially?
Yeah.
It's sort of a large landing, but you can see
yeah.
a bunch of doors around the outside. As I mentioned, portals to the aft down here, and then as you look to the north, there is another set of stairs leading up. And the only creature that you see right now that is on the deck, that is not the 4 of you, not that you see any of yourselves, but you know what I mean, is this creature down here, which looks like another one of the Warforged guards.
And this is a door here.
That's right. Yes, that's a door. This is a door. This is a door. There's one over here. There's a
I'm
door.
also going to remind Greg that Rowan has the observation feat.
And up here.
I do.
Uh,
I am, in fact,
Just putting
observant.
that
Right.
out there.
Right. Yeah. Yep. No, that which will definitely have a effect on different perception. Yep. Otherwise, this looks right now as if there are several things around. You can see several like crates and boxes and some barrels. There's one what looks like a wagon over here. This thing looks as if, and you can't tell exactly from the barrels, but it looks like these have not been used very much. They may have been part of the original design. Tanton, you think it's possible you may have seen some designs of these barrels that, were just sort of standard issue, but it doesn't look like anything's been done with them as of late. They're just sort of piled in the corner, you might say. And otherwise, yeah, these doors here look like the ones downstairs, except that they are in the inner room, not the repurposed ones from outside from the fortress. But the inner doors look similar, but they are obviously smaller. Those were double doors down here. These are single doors down here.
And these don't have windows, they're just pure steel.
That's right. The only windows are here, and there is a dull gray light which is filtering through. Remember, it is almost evening in the gray, and so not that the gray is ever super bright, but in any case, it's getting very dim out of here. But you can still see perfectly well because of these things up here, these ever bright lanterns.
Okay. This is all valuable information. Does this guard have its own key?
It looks like it does, yes.
Okay.
You can't tell how.
Tanton.
I should say it looks similar to the one that you already have, Rowan. Just so you know, you don't know for sure, but it looks similar.
Tanton, are you up there? I don't know how this works. Are you down for another silly idea?
Say again?
Are you down for another silly idea?
Tell me what it is first.
Some of you could benefit from an additional key, and we could also benefit from making sure that this guard is no longer on this landing. Luckily for us, there is this large sheet of glass, so we can just have it fall through.
Wouldn't that be unusual enough to cause a ruckus?
It'd be unusual enough to require immediate redress, but there's no reason why they need to believe that it's an actual act of offense.
Except for the fact that whoever does it will immediately be visible.
I don't need to fight this thing for it to fall out a window, do I?
Have to shove it.
If you're shoving it, that will make you
That's
visible.
a pushing attack, and that would make you visible.
Now, are you really stealthy? I mean, if you're really stealthy...
I'm particularly good at that, yes.
You have interesting friends.
It's unusual enough to be heard by everyone.
Oh, God. So, I ask because we have two options. We could go up this other staircase, or we can check if any one of these doors have the folks that we're looking for, so we at least know that we need to open these doors on the way back out.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was like, is there any way we can... Okay, so humans, as someone who's spent a lot of time around bodies and dealing with bodies under stress, they have a particularly pungent scent.
This is true.
Any way we can possibly sense where they are? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Sweat. We want to smell sweat.
Sweat and fear. Fear and pain have a scent. If you don't understand, that is something in the hospital that we knew and we could understand. And this is a place that's full of Warforged that don't do that. So beyond the metal and the oil, can we smell the bodies? Can you sense them?
Ooh. I mean, I've smelled enough dead bodies to be able to
Not
tell.
dead, just fearful and enclosed and rank from work because they're working these people. And they're not bathing, you know that. And they're not necessarily being fed like they need to be. So, and where are they going? The waste. Where's the waste?
Are there cracks at the bottom or the edges of any of these doors?
No. These doors are well fitting.
Does the Warforged look like he's looking somewhere in particular? Like, is there, or is he like very still? Because if there are people to be kept prisoner behind one of those doors, he might be more aware of
Well,
that particular door.
You
or-
notice that while you've been talking, he was down here, and he has shifted position to here. Possibly part of a sort of regular patrol route.
Okay.
But not looking other than just sort of out at the center of the room. Although now that you're looking that way, Rowan and Tanton, I would say, I'm not sure Mermaid and Isiana can see this, there seems to be writing on this door, but you can't see it until you get closer. But there seems to be writing on this door.
The moment that I notice, I go over here.
Ah. A sign on the door to that chamber reads, in common, keep out danger.
Ooh.
It's the Wampa room.
When someone says that in common, I tend to believe them.
Is there anything else on other doors, or?
No, not from what Rowan is able to see.
That's
if you
the
and if
only
you look
part.
to the left, to the to the east and the west, none of the others have writing.
Okay.
Do you tell us?
Can I? Go ahead.
I was like, did you tell us this?
Oh no, yeah, I pointed out immediately.
Danger.
So, given
If
my
Warforged marked the door, I highly doubt that it's Warforged who marked the door. But that can still mean that something is in there that Warforged value enough to keep inside.
I mean, it could be a control mechanism of some sort.
It could be a large wild beast.
Also
It could
true.
be pure unbridled energy. That could be the
No.
engine room for
Mia
it.
Tanton, what would be behind that door?
So, given my knowledge of these things, would I have an inkling of where the engine room is?
You
Or
know,
what?
one. Well, at the engine
More
room.
specific, well, not more specifically, but also to follow up on their questions, does that door, that sign, look like it's something the Warforged added later, or was it part of the original?
That's what I was just about to say.
Okay.
Definitely added later. There was never. I
Okay.
mean, there was never any sign that said "keep out danger," especially not one that's written like this. It's not like in crayon, but it's clearly not of the same, design. That
Of course.
from what House Canton
Warforged
used.
wouldn't use crayons; they'd get all gooey.
Yeah, no, I mean it would be right.
Can I notice anything else about the door at all? Can I notice whether it is otherwise dirty or clean? If
Not from here. You'd have to get closer.
I mean,
and where's the guard right now?
Right now is standing here, silently looking outwards. The guard a couple of minutes ago was here, and then moved up here.
I am coming over here and pressing up against this wall.
oh, I thought you were going to say buttons. Pressing the
Oh,
key
God.
into the thing. No!
Okay. All right. You're pressing up against the wall. Okay.
Leaning my back against the wall and observing the door.
Okay. Make an investigation check for me, please.
Lit up by a Lilu getting arrested by the cops before she jumps into Corbin Dallas's cab on the side of the building. Press back against. Do you understand me?
Yeah,
Right,
the
you
chat
said
has been keeping-
investigation.
That's right. Chad has been keeping track of how many best ideas we're up to now
Uh-huh.
in this.
Still just one.
Their
this
claim
is
is they're
all
up
part
to
of the
4,
one.
but
No, this is still one.
Rowan,
Okay, 17 and 11.
one thing you can say for sure is that this door does look as if it has opened and closed more often than at least the door that you saw down below that led into that storage room. That one, because you were right there, when you threw the coin down below. This one has definitely gotten more use than that. Now, that's subtle, and it's not, like, obvious, which I guess is, but I repeat myself, it's subtle. But you can definitely see as you look at it that it has been used more often.
And that's like officially opened and closed and not like prized open or anything.
Right,
like
correct.
That.
Yeah. No, it doesn't look like anyone's tried to crowbar it open, but like even just some of because basically the door slides open so you can kind of see the slight scrape marks, Actually the door opens in your direction too, so so like it slides along the wall towards you.
In the vein of Nisiana's previous questions, does the door look or smell clean?
The door does not smell like anything in particular, and it doesn't look dirty in particular either. It just, it seems just like it's been used fairly often, but doesn't seem or smell to be dirty or not.
Okay. I immediately tiptoe my way over to this door.
Okay.
I want to observe the exact same things.
Does not look like it has been... This one you won't have to do an investigation for. Does not look like it has been used as much. There's no sign on it, and it does not smell or look like anything in particular different.
The first thought that I have in the mind link as a result is... What could possibly be in this room that would be so important that whoever had this before the Warforged got it would point out that it's not good, but the Warforged would use it and refer to it often. If not the boss. I doubt that's where the boss sleeps.
Could it be someone else of importance then? Or someone cranky?
Definitely someone cranky enough that we'd hope that they still don't see us. But
Which door?
The door that you're next to now, or the one you were next to before?
The
one that I was next to before, yes.
Okay,
the marked one.
Where you note that the guard has resumed its original position.
Oh, crap.
But he's pacing back and forth in front of this door.
Periodically.
I'm going to say that if
with
it's
pauses, Tanton. I'm sorry, Jen. With pauses, like not walk back forth, walk and forth. Like what goes, stays there for a couple minutes, goes up, stays for a couple minutes. Sorry, go ahead, Nisio.
No, it's just like that could be the engine room. That could be where they house the spirits, because the spirits are dangerous in compared to the sentient beings, the other sentient beings.
And it would make sense that it opens on a regular basis because that's when they're putting in new bodies to grind.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how they
But
do
if
it.
we press that button, we will alert the entire thing.
Yes, but maybe we can get the spirits out to help us. And that would be a completely different bit of chaos. This is the only reason I agreed to this incredibly bad idea of finding the spirits and having them help us. By the way,
Asking them if they would.
Marie,
Yeah.
we agreed to try and help the wind elementals.
Philip.
We're the only one who can talk to them, by the way.
Okay. I like talking to them.
Bush said that oh God, what did he say? Something about getting them to fight for us, for their freedom. And I don't remember, I'm
deserve.
sorry.
Oh, that's fair. Well, I mean, no, I can't. I have to see the person, I think, to mind connect unless I know them. We have to open one door.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to do it either knowing that this guard is going to kick up a fuss when it happens, or getting rid of the guard. Or there is a third, very awkward option.
Don't just do it, tell us.
Right, yes. I can do another coin trick with the deliberate intention of getting one of these guards close enough to where the key would believably just open a door.
Or you could just throw it down the stairs.
Well, I physically cannot. Have you seen me compared to a Warforged? I'm not getting in a fight with a Warforged.
No, the coin.
The
I
coin.
don't know.
Ah, right. That makes more sense.
Throwing suplexes the Warforged down the stairs.
You to actually
Oh
do
my
an
God.
action that will make you visible. I would like you to to distract the thing long enough for us to get through a door?
I take out 2 silver pieces and
Okay.
I flip them towards the staircase.
Okay.
Not telling
Uh,
us?
Let's
Okay.
see. Which staircase? Important.
This one.
Sorry, ping that again.
The one that you don't know.
The southern
The
staircase.
southern staircase. Got it. Okay.
Oh,
Let's see.
frick.
All right, yes, I made that decision. Wow. Rowan
so-
strikes again. I
Order.
apologize.
So you
Yeah.
hear. So Nisiana and Amerame, you hear this kind of ding, like a tinging sound as if something hit the ground, and this
In 1961 or earlier quarter hitting the ground.
this guard looks this way, and then walks, and this one strides with purpose directly in this direction, like straight down this way. Where are the two of you going? I need a decision fast.
Where? Oh, well, here, I'll kind of drag Nisiana this way.
Yep.
Okay.
I go with her.
Just as like a second before it arrives too, and then is now turned and is facing this way. Rowan, what are you doing? It's looking down the stairs.
But it hasn't gone down the stairs.
No, staring down the stairs at the moment.
I flip another coin.
Where are you flipping it from though? Like, are you bouncing
from
it off the
around
wall?
here. No, like
Okay.
with like. All right, because all of this is. Okay, cool. Right. So I'm.
You know what I mean? Like it's a railing technically. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was like just a railing, so it's just like throwing it over. But if not.
Yeah, not really. I mean, it is kind of a railing at the top here, but it drops very quickly into more than that. Okay, I need you. Let's see. When we did this the last time, I might have had you do like a dexterity check, or a sleight of hand. I think, and I think
It was sleight of hand last time.
Let's have you do that this time because you're going to be trying to get it past the thing. So let's have you do a sleight of hand check here. Also, are you keeping track of how many of these pieces are you throwing away? By the way.
Oh no!
Okay, I just wanted to check.
I'm throwing away silver in particular because I don't
Yeah.
want to throw away gold.
I hear you.
Mark.
We'll pay you back eventually. At some point, in some way. I'll save your life and I won't charge you for it.
Sleight of hand. Ooh,
Okay.
19.
Good.
Yeah, so it goes, rattling down the stairs past the shoulder, and this creature comes up. There's a moment where you're like, and then it walks down the stairs, not all the way, just to about there. What are you all doing? It's now out of sight from all of you.
The minute it starts walking downstairs, I immediately open this door.
And I'll ping everyone. Is that the danger door? I thought the danger.
No, the danger door.
All right, no, yes,
The danger
right,
door, yeah.
The danger
And
door.
I'll
Doors up here.
and
Yeah, I
I'll
rushed towards the
communicate
danger door
that
and
to
open it.
everyone to the danger door, because nobody can see each other.
Hello,
Okay.
hand signals. I'm waving you over. Love that episode of Stargate SG-1. It's so good.
Okay. When you come over to it, so at first it doesn't open. Do you try to open it with something in particular?
I'm trying to open it with the coin key.
Okay.
Like immediately
yep.
the thing that I do.
And sliding open.
The basilisk.
You see inside
Fog.
what looks more or less like there are windows in this room, and I'll describe it in just a moment. But it's a good-sized room. Hold on a second. Whoop, too much. Too much. Okay. I meant to show this. Okay.
Well,
Sorry. I want to make sure I got this side here. Okay.
Oh, fuck.
And what
This
you
is fine.
see here is what looks like for all the world like a kind of workshop. There are alchemical alembics and mundane clockwork automata and other unfathomable inventions filling the room. There are haphazardly arranged papers bearing notes and designs heaped over 3 large workbenches. And standing in front of one of them is a rather small, silver gray, warforged, and it is standing with its back to the door. And as the door opens, you hear it say, "Excellent. I was hoping for some more. Make sure you bring them in here, and hurry, mind." And then pauses for a moment. And as it looks back over its shoulder, Rowan, it stares right at you. And you see two of its, on its regular eyes, two like almost like imagine monocles, or getting an eye appointment, where they have the thing where they test your eyes. Imagine chink, 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 and then, well, I haven't seen someone in an invisibility cloak for some time. Well, come in. It appears that you've come to visit me. I don't know why, but you're not going to do anything, just standing there. I'm not as old as all that yet, Meanwhile, on the floor above,
Jesus Christ!
on the floor above, standing in back of the map, is Captain Reeve, who has just looked down at the map and then back up at you, Ilarion, and has said, "So, I am told that you wish to join us. Join the conclave on our holy mission for the Lord of Blades. Is this true?"
That is correct.
"And why, exactly, have you graced us with your presence? What have you heard about us?" And you see he moves around the table in your
At least he
direction.
recognizes it as grace.
I know, right? It's very kind of him. I'm warming to him already. I have heard tell of the Lord's operations carried out across this area, and of the successes his people, his forces, have had. It seems to me only a matter of time until this area is under his control. I see no reason not to join what I see as the winning side. It is just a matter of practicality.
We serve the Lord of Blades because what he is doing is right, not because he will win. We win through righteousness, not through practical considerations. If we were losing, if none of us were left, we would expect you to fight until the last bit of energy had been drained from your body. Would you do this for us? And he kind of walks up in front and now is standing in front. And he is imposing, as I mentioned, you of course are floating, Ilarion. He is standing level with you on the ground while you were floating.
Yeah, and I'm typically larger than the Warforged, so this guy's a big boy indeed. Exactly. I stand ready to give every last measure to the cause.
And you can see, by the way, now that he's up close, that his armor is heavily scarred and dented. And you can see that there have been several repair jobs that must have been done on this thing. And he has not one but two large, square-bladed swords at his belt. And behind him, he has what may be perhaps a spear that is strapped to his back. And he sort of, his red-eyed gaze sort of bores into you, and he kind of looks you up and down, and he says,
My blue-eyed gaze stares back at him completely impassively.
Okay.
I don't give an inch.
So he kind of looks you up and down. He says, I have not seen your type before. You are not a normal Warforged. For from whose house were you made?
I claim no house as my maker.
All creatures of the Warforged were at one time made by a house. Were you a rogue? Did you kill your master to escape?
I claim to have followed no master. And at this, I actually will kind of unclasp my breastplate enough to show what is not the typical Warforged interior, but the darkness and the stars within me and let him see that. Not showing, making sure that only he's the one who's able to see it, not the two guards, but I will show it to him. I come from a place that many Warforged have a hard time comprehending. I come from a place far, far away, and I close the hatch again, the breastplate again. I am not one of you, but I am of you. I have a kinship with your kind. That is why I've come to join.
And he sort of pauses and kind of looks you up and down again, and then comes over here to the left-hand side. And he says, "And what, precisely, would you do to demonstrate your loyalty to the cause of the Lord of Blades? What we do here requires discipline, order, and the following of rules. If you come from elsewhere, if you claim no master and no house, perhaps you also claim no obedience. And obedience is the cornerstone of righteousness."
All that you have said is correct, particularly the last part. I stand ready to carry out whatever mission you see fit to give me to prove my worth to you and the Lord of Blades.
And he kind of pauses and he says, then he turns and he comes over to the map and he looks at it and he says, "Do you recognize what this map is of?"
I look forward a little bit. I do.
Quick side note about the map. The side that's to the left where he's standing is the north end of the map.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
So let's see. North end, which means salvation is on the far side. Is that correct?
Salvation is on your side.
My side.
Yeah, salvation would be like ish, you know.
Yeah, right about there. Right where that red road comes through.
Right.
Gotcha.
And he says, "Then you will recognize that this is a land currently claimed by none except my lord. The Lord of Blades will own this place and all the ones around it. And that means each of these places in turn will fall to us. And in that process, creatures of all kinds, especially non-warforged, will die in the thousands to serve us. You would be on the vanguard of this effort. How would you feel about this action?" And again stares back at you. By the way, one quick note. Whenever Reeves speaks, there's almost like a kind of, you would describe it, Ilarion, as a resonant humming as from the guards behind you, as if they are, for want of a better term, murmuring the words as Reeves speaks.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time, too.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting and not a little unnerving. In my travels in this land, I have wandered through many areas. I have seen many things, met many of these frails. Their way of flesh is soft. It is weak. It needs a firm guiding hand to let them know their place. I have every confidence the Lord of Blades will provide that guiding hand, and if they do not submit, they will perish. I stand ready to carry out whatever orders are given to me to ensure that this comes to pass.
And Reeves sort of, make a deception check for me, please, Ilarion.
Sure.
And
Oh, I'm not deceiving. That's absolutely how I feel.
I mean, of course, I totally. Let's make this. I'm going to give this to you at +3 based on how you've conducted yourself thus
okay.
far.
All right.
Because Tanta just pissed you off so much. Oh my God.
And
Well, spending the hero point is not really going to help me at this level. So it's a whole big 7.
so Reeve kind of looks down at the map and then looks back at you and says, I do not believe you. I believe you've introduced yourself as Ilarion at a certain point.
Yeah, I
right?
didn't lie.
So,
I didn't make up a name. Nah, screw that shit.
I do not believe you, Ilarion. I don't believe that you would do absolutely anything. And because I don't believe you, it means that you must be tested. Follow. And he turns and moves out this way, past you, and he says to the guard, one of the guards as he passes by, bring forth Divot. We will see whether or not this Ilarion is willing to do what it takes. We will see whether Ilarion does so as he engages in the dismembering of this deceitful, treacherous figure. We will see what you will do, Ilarion, when faced with failure. And that seems like a good spot for us to bring our session to a pause, as we are in the midst of day 34 of D&D with Infinity Beyond. You are watching Eberron, Oracle of War, Part 5 of Parliament of Gears, and the crew is up against it right now, but I have no doubt the King's Citadel will find their way through. You are watching the amazing Tren Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and of course Brandon O'Brien. And oh my God, Wayman Wolf has just gifted 5 Tier 1 subs to the channel. Thank you, Wayman Wolf. Thank you so much, Wayman Wolf, and welcome in Dr. Poopies. Which may be how the crew feels at the moment. Welcome to Darksteel Sport, to Caesar Hotel, of course to the amazing Zach Clay. What's up, Zach? And the sparkly Wallflower. Thank you so much for doing that, Waymond. I appreciate it. Chat, if you like what you see in here, please follow the channel. Please support these lovely people in all of their various endeavors. And stick around. We will be back to you, folks. It's 9:52, so we'll be back at the top of the hour. We'll give ourselves 8 minutes at 10 p.m. Eastern. We will return for the second half, and we will see how Ilarion and the rest of the crew will handle things. Until then, please hold tight.
Cheers.
Okay. So, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back as I have unmuted the peoples.
Yay.
Welcome back up here. I'm going to jump us back to day 34, again, of D&D with Infinite Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War, Parliament of Gears, Part 5. And welcome in, Drew. This has been quite eventful, I would say, so far. And I'm going to start us up here with Alarian, although I do just want to ask quickly, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, so I just want to ask quickly as I drop back down to this middle deck. When this Warforged in here told Rowan to come in, I'll have to find out from Rowan as well, but Tanton, you were behind, and obviously this Warforged could see you as well. The question is, has asked you to come in. I would need to know whether the four of you have entered the room before I come back to Alarian for a reason. Has to do with when everything is happening. So, are the four of you entering the facility, I guess is the question.
I think the only question of who is actually entering is going to be Brandon, because none of us are close enough and see it. So when Brandon is back on...
Okay.
Which he is.
Yep. Well, Tanton, you could see it. You could see him.
Yeah, I know. You were asking if we're going in the room.
Okay.
Tanton is presuming that the invitation is for Rowan. And
No,
Tanton is moving.
it sounds like in its okay.
Tanton is presuming
presuming
that the invitation was for Rowan and isn't going in the room.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so Rowan, I'm going to be doing mostly Alarian here for the next minute or two, but I need to know, first of all, it has to do with where everybody else is. Are you going, when the Warforged is like, all right, well, come in, my lad, type of thing, are you going into the room? Because clearly it sees you.
Yes, I'm going to go into the room.
Okay.
Several things are going to happen first. Very quickly.
Okay.
First of all I want to qualify, how big is the Warforged? Because you said small.
Yeah, let me make it a little smaller. It is,
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, let me make it a little smaller. It stands actually probably about a foot shorter than the Warforged guards that you've seen around. It's a little, I don't want to say that it's wider than it is tall. That would not be accurate. But it looks to be slightly stooped almost. But extraordinarily, the eyes and the gaze of this creature are extraordinarily bright. Like just sort of almost a fierce deep blue. Almost even more than Alarian's eyes, which is saying quite a bit.
Okay.
Very true.
It's small compared to Optimus Prime. Yes, no, exactly. It's bigger than Bumblebee. All right, go on.
So in the mind link, I say, this guy sees me, so I hope that you're nowhere close to where I am.
Oh, I am.
Mia Tanton, are you behind me?
Mm-hmm.
Mia Tanton, how are your catching skills? And before I give you an opportunity to actually form a thought, I'm going to take the coin and throw it behind me.
Are you going to try to catch it, Tanton?
As soon as I see it, because as soon as he lets go of it, it's visible.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm going to walk through the door so it's still behind me as it becomes visible.
Sounds like a plan. Tanton, make a dexterity check for me, please.
Okay.
That's that the goddamn coin. If it hits the ground, you're all doomed.
Maybe. You said dexterity check?
Please.
Normal?
Yes.
Yes. 9. Sorry, 9.
Oh my god, I'm bending luck. Oh my god.
You can, okay, I was about to say. So if you're bending luck?
Okay, so it says here, I'm considering it. When another creature you can see makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can use your reaction and spend
I'm
those sorcery
sorry,
points.
you can't see it. You cannot see me
Yeah,
attention.
he's still
All
invisible.
right, yeah.
Right.
Right, I can't see you.
I want to give this to you so bad, but we cannot
Right.
see each
That's
other.
right.
Well, Tantin, you're on your own. I'm walking into this door. It's gonna close any second now.
Okay. So, it does indeed hit the ground. We're going to talk about the impact of that in a minute. It sort of slips. And you hear it.
Bong! Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right. It goes ding, 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 ding all over the entire floor. No, it just right at the ground. And you all see a coin sort of sitting at, well, you don't know what it's sitting in front of, but Nisiana and Merime, you see a coin. Rowan, you are now in here. And I'm going to come back to the impact of that. Just go ahead and move your Rowan in when you can, please, for me, Brandon. And I'm going to talk about the impact of that in a minute. Meanwhile, Alarian, you have just been told what I mentioned about coming down these stairs. And so
Yes.
Captain Reeve goes by, and again, these sort of creatures move in. They kind of, give way respectfully and then move around you. So, again,
I have a quick
Sure.
question. Are there doors leading to his office, or the stairs just come up into the office?
The
and
stairs
it's
come up
open?
into the office.
Thank you. Okay,
Yep.
so I want to know. Yeah, I will.
Or this briefing room or whatever it is.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to turn myself around so I'm heading the right direction. There we go. And I'll pull them down.
Okay, so they turn around as well. And they're going to come down. Okay. So, this is why
Fire
I
up a lightsaber
asked.
in the back of his head.
Yeah, right. Okay, so...
If only a one-shot kill were that easy, I would
Oh, sorry, hold on a
probably
second.
consider doing it.
Let's move like that. Copy. Boop. Boop. All right. And... Right. So, Tantin, I would say that you... Actually, Tantin, Nisiana, and Merime, I need you all to make perception checks for me, please.
I would think we would have heard them coming down the stairs.
Yeah, you
Are
probably
they
would.
advantage? Are they
question is how
advantage
early?
or not? It's just straight
No, just straight. But they won't be difficult ones.
perception.
Oh, I am not feeling it. I'm very distracted.
She believes in you. She believes in you.
I believe
Oh,
in
you believe in me.
I believe in you.
I was
but
like,
apparently
who?
I'm not actually rolling when I think I'm rolling. So hold
Yay.
on. I'm getting there.
Okay.
Why am I not rolling? All right. Let's try
Okay.
again.
Just to be clear, narratively, this works perfectly, Tantin, because your attention is currently staring into the like right where they are.
I'm running around like a chicken, literally trying to catch this coin and pick it up. Basically, probably grab it and it turns invisible again as soon as I grab it, and a paw, bink, drops right in front of my hand. Like, oh.
Yep. Pretty much. Okay, and then we have Nisiana. Okay, so I would say all of you, with the exception of Tantin, are able to hear there are steps coming. There are steps. You hear steps. You hear people coming down the stairs. And you then see at the front this extremely imposing looking Warforged. And right behind Alarian, who is floating as usual behind him. But this thing is scarred and pitted. It looks like it's been repaired multiple times. It has this baleful red-eyed gaze and is accompanied by two of the iron dogs, the iron defenders that you saw before downstairs, and is also accompanied by guards. Now, when this comes down, this one comes right up here, Tantin, and like literally, as you said, the thing about the paw, right? That's there. You're sort of like, so you kind of look up to see the paw. And then in here, Rowan, this one kind of pushes past you before you even know exactly what's happening, because the door, remember, is always open for a couple of seconds, and then steps out and says, "Excuse me, Captain. I think there are some others that may need some attention, and I wanted to know if you would be willing to perhaps provide me a couple of extra things that I need." And the dog, hearing all of this, turns away, Tantin, and now you know, as it like right here and turns this way. And Reeve kind of stares, off in this direction too, and says, What exactly do you need from me, Clock? I am busy. Yes, quite so, Captain. You are always busy. However, there have been some problems with the Conclave's momentum drive, and I wish to speak to you about it. Now is not the time. I have an instruction to perform. You can speak to me about it when I return. And Clock kind of bows slightly and says, As you will, Captain. As always, our strength lies in the metal and wood of our faith. I am sorry to have troubled you. And the captain kind of sort of looks and then growls slightly, and then turns and walks away, followed by the dogs. And they all kind of pass. Alarian, you pass as well. Now, you don't know what anyone's staring at, except for you certainly see this figure, this shorter Warforged, that I mentioned before. And as they all pass by, you can sort of, see Alarian gliding along behind. And then this guard is just coming up as these pass to the stairs down over here. And as they leave, are heading towards the stairs.
Arv, hold on.
Sure.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is anyone reestablishing the mind link with?
I am. As soon as I would have seen Alarian, I'd be like, we're right here. We can follow.
Hey, quick question, Marimay. Can you add Alarian in without having to start a brand new one?
I can.
Okay, I just
It
wanted
seems
to
to
make sure.
be pretty laissez-faire kind of rules for this one.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
yeah.
All right, so go
Especially
ahead.
since she's so familiar with him.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. I just want to make sure I knew how far this messaging app went. Okay.
That's great
Damn, it's
reception.
handy. And I will tell them they're taking me to terminate a so-called traitor, so I may need some help. I would advise you follow if it is possible only.
Okay. So I will quickly.
Is everyone here?
Yes, but we might have encountered an ally, or at least someone has spotted us. So perhaps perhaps Tenton and Rowan, who have been spotted, and Tren, you do it, can stay here and deal with that, and Nisiana and I will follow you.
At this point, you're at the stairs, Alarian,
Yep,
and falling
yep,
back
yep.
down. So,
All right, and the last thing they say is your call. And we start to
Okay.
head down.
what are you doing,
So-
Nisiana Mermaid?
Oh, Lord.
Nisiana, you can stay with them if you want.
I'm with you. I'm always with you.
Does that work for the two of you? Because we're leaving, and my how long do I have left on my invisibility spell? About?
Oh, we've only been here like 20 minutes.
About 15, 20 minutes right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got your invisibility lasts longer, so if you want to talk with this Warforge, we'll meet up later. I promise I'll try not to drop the spell. But remember,
I just need someone to open the door. I just need someone to open the door for me if things go badly. But if they go too badly, just come back for my body when you're done.
We need to come get our bodies when we're done.
Yeah.
buddy. Just saying.
try
God
to
will protect us.
Go
Do what
ahead.
you need to do.
We'll make it work.
Okay.
best of luck, and I'll just say best of luck, and I'll inspire Rowan for so you get 1 point of inspiration, Rowan.
Okay.
That's a D8
Yes, D8 at this point.
in the
It only,
next.
it only
10
lasts for the next 10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so you can use it in your conversations with the Warforge.
Okay. So now, so to be clear, so Marimay, you're going after them. Is that am
Yeah,
I right?
with
Okay.
Nisiana coming towards me. Yeah,
I
I'm
am going
following.
with Mermaid.
Okay.
I'm basically following where her tabard goes.
Okay. So you're following. As you do so, the guard has come back up and is heading this way. So we're gonna put. I'm gonna take you out of here for just a minute, Marimay and Nisiana. I'm gonna bring you downstairs to right behind them.
Okay.
So I'm going to put you right here. If I did this properly, yes, I did. Sorry, like that. In the lower floor. Meanwhile, that leaves just Tanton up here. And Tanton, you can see the guard is moving back up. And Clock looks directly at you, Tanton, and you can see the monocle in the way, and says, "Yes, it would indeed be helpful if all creatures were to enter so I can do the work that I must. I imagine all those within the sound of my voice understand this." Stares at you, and then
He
turns.
totally fits.
And
He
then
is not
turns
subtle.
and pushes past Rowan again as the guard is walking this way. Clearly saw you, Tanton, for whatever that's worth.
Oh, I know he saw me.
Right. So
I can make goggles that do exactly what he's
Yeah, yeah,
doing.
yeah,
I
yeah,
know
exactly.
he can see me.
Yeah.
So just to verify, can Clock open this door?
Yes, apparently.
Ah, fun.
Apparently. And Clock has turned around and turned back towards you. Tanton, or towards you, Rowan. Tanton, are you following in, then having heard that or not?
Let me do this.
Okay.
Evens, I go with him. Odds, I stay out here.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Evens, I go with him.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And, I need both of you inside here. And then the next thing you hear is the door slides shut, and Clock walks over to the table, and then very unconcernedly, as if, discussing the weather, says, "So, you've decided to come to our humble fortress in the sky, I suppose you could
It's not
say."
in the sky right at the moment.
No, at the moment it's true. I normally would be piloting this thing if it were. Right now I'm simply doing a little bit of extra work. And, well, now you're in here with me, so to speak. Would you mind very much, my friend, handing me, and he looks to you, Rowan, handing me that spanner over there? And for a minute, Rowan, you're like, what? And then he clearly doesn't mean actually your spanner, but an actual spanner, this kind of wrench thing that's on the table to the north of where you are. And he kind of points at it.
Well, that's
Yeah, I can do that.
So if you do that, you could, if you wish.
No,
to
I
do
don't pick it up. I don't pick it up yet at all. I just I'm still staring at him.
And he says, "Well, I'm a Warforged. You're in a fortress of Warforged. I don't know why I'm so surprising."
Why are you in a box by yourself that has the word danger scrawled on it outside?
I hope you enjoy that. That's a little bit of my own creation. I'm, occasionally subject to a bit of whimsy. This is my workshop, you see, and you have no idea what happens if some of the others get in here and start messing about. Well, anything could happen. You saw for yourself that some of the people around here are wound a little bit, tightly, you might say. And so, I make sure to keep them out. And of course, if it were up to Reeve, well, I wouldn't be allowed to do anything of the sort. But fortunately, and he turns and another monocle for his other eye clicks, I'm the only one who can pilot this ship properly, and Reeve knows it. So far, that has kept me from being, dismantled. You can see Reeve doesn't like me very much. Reeve doesn't like much of anyone very much, to be honest. But I suppose I continue to make myself indispensable. That's important around here, to be made indispensable.
Really wish you had said, how do you say indispensable?
How do you say indispensable? and he turns back and he says, he says, "Neither of you, however, are Warforged, which makes me wonder how you're on this ship. It's fortunate that I'm able to see you, you know. Just wandering around invisible is a good way to eventually accidentally become visible at the most inconvenient times. If you wish to escape, you know, you probably want to do so sooner rather than later. Reeve is not very forgiving, you know."
Especially not to
So-
the Parliament of Gears.
So he pauses. Make an insight check for me, Tanton. I'll come back to you in a sec, Ron.
Ooh.
13.
And actually, Rowan, I'll have you make the same insight check. He
He's observant. He would.
yeah, I was
be
just
able
gonna
to
say,
do
yeah. So Clock, Tanton, you can see Clock kind of like his head turn a little bit, even though he's facing away from you.
It's the Warforged equivalent of the scene in Ladyhawke when Markade goes to the garden and says Navarre has returned, and he's like,
yeah.
And it's got that music sting with it. I love that scene.
Yep. 22.
Very
Rowan,
nice.
Rowan, this you can see not only that it turns. Now, of course, the Warforged has its own kind of fixed expression from the way that its face looks, but clearly from its body language, he turns slowly, and he says, "That's a dangerous name to say around here. The Parliament of Gears is illegal. You must know that, yes?"
Oh, I've never heard of it before.
And he sort of looks up at you, Rowan. I don't believe your friend is telling the truth.
Well, of course not. After Tangent goes,
Right.
So, so Rowan grins, reaches for the spanner on the table and is twirling it in his metal hand. And he goes, a thing is only illegal in the context of one law. So one has to ask then, what is the law that you consider most valuable?
And he sort of pauses for a moment and sort of nods slowly, and he says, "The most valuable law, yes. It is indeed the laws that can get us in trouble. Or so I believed. There was a time, you realize, when I was kept by those who believed in a law in which the Warforged were the servants. Thy masters in Onder were cruel. They believed their law is all that mattered, that it was the black letters on white pages that dictated the fates of all. I saw great cruelty then. When I escaped and found the Lord of Blades, I thought I had found something clear of law, a place where I could build. But what I learned was that the builder and the need for what is being built sometimes matters more. I had replaced, it appears, cruelty and malice for law and justice. It was when I realized that they were both the same that I knew I had made no progress. Still, I was building for those who would harm. Your Parliament of Gears, he says, holding out a hand for the spanner that you're still spinning, Rowan.
I keep spinning it.
And he kind of says, your Parliament of Gears purports to be different. Do you think it is?
I can give you the courteous answer, or I can give you the answer that I truly believe. And that's when I stop spinning the spanner and actually hand it to him.
And he takes it and he says, when building, one must know what exactly is happening, not what one wishes would happen. Go ahead and tell me what you believe.
The hypothesis is, like most other things, the Parliament of Gears is working towards something truly peaceful and respectful to us all.
And he sort of, go ahead, sorry, Ron.
My internal theory, however, tends to be that there is no real peace unless all men are peaceful. And that means, every once in a while, you have to be in the position of sitting at the table with the people who owe you something, and having enough power to tell them that what they're doing is wrong. As we can see, and I point at his workshop desk, you are not at that table, here. But we can see to it that when you get out of here, you are at a table where you are a pair and not just another lackey.
Why have you come here exactly, the two of you? I imagine there are more. Were you sent by one of the 5 nations? Were you sent to sabotage this ship? Undercut the Lord of Blades? Why risk
I'm
your
here because
lives
my friend
here?
is here.
And he turns to you, Tanton, and
And for once, Tanton kind of acknowledges
Okay.
that he's Rowan's friend. That would be me.
And why then are you here, I might ask?
Nostalgia.
Oh, so you know this place.
Oh, yes.
Then you must be one of House Cannith.
And even though he's invisible, but Clock can see
Got that
him.
monocle, yeah.
He flexes and the dragon marks brighten, and so you can see the light reflecting off of things, but you can't see the source of it.
Yeah.
But of course Clock can.
It's also reflecting off of Clock's goggles, which is this
Right.
kind of this glow as he looks at it, and he says, one of the makers then. Interesting. Has House Cannith then sent you to clean up what they see as a mess?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Well, most curious. And he takes the spanner and turns around and starts using the wrench. You can see that he seems to be working on what looks like some kind of gauntlet of some kind, and he's kind of tightening around the outside as he does so. And Rowan, you probably noticed the dexterous way in which his hands maneuver the spanner. Tanton, you probably noticed the level of the work. This gauntlet that he is working on is extraordinarily detailed. In fact, you would argue that it might even be the equal of Rowan's hand, in terms of its sort of exceptional dexterous quality. And to your
Does
knowledge,
it fix 6 elemental stones in it that he can snap and never mind.
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah. So no, nothing like that. But one
Good.
thing to point out, though, Tanton, is to your knowledge, you have never seen a warforged artificer with this level of skill, if you're just judging based on what you're looking at. Largely because warforged artificers, there were a few of them that you knew of, but they were always made to sort of do very much rote tasks because House Cannith worried about the prospect of a warforged artificer getting better than the non-warforged.
And not needing us anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is not something almost certainly that House Cannith would have done on its own, which means some level of this is Clock having been trained by someone else or by himself. And Clock, as he's working on this, he says, suppose that I know this Parliament of Gears. Suppose for a moment that I support its methods. What exactly do the two of you think that we could do with this knowledge? The Parliament of Gears is almost certainly outnumbered. And of course, it is entirely illegal. Were it to be revealed, you've seen what Reeve does to those who defy him.
Unless he needs them.
That
No matter how much he dislikes them.
then they are brought to Razor Crag to serve the Lord of Blades himself. The rest are worked to death and discarded. But anyone here that's in good enough condition to be rescued is at some point soon either just captured or on their way to serve the Lord of Blades. He is building an army, you see.
And where are you?
What do you mean?
Are you on your way to serve? Or are you about to lose your usefulness and be discarded?
That, he says with a on the gauntlet, depends entirely on how circumstances proceed. If Reeve determines that I am no longer needed, then I will be discarded. So long as I am the only one who can control this ship, then Reeve will hold on to me. But every second that he's not thinking of how to serve the Lord of Blades or punishing one who has not been generous enough, and now he turns back to look at you, every second that he does that, or that he's not doing that, he's thinking about how to replace me. He must know that I am an independent thinker, and Reeve hates independent thinkers.
I
Case.
Go ahead, Ron.
Go.
I turn Clock to face me, and with my metal arm, I grab one of his forearms.
Okay. He does so. There's a bit of resistance because he's trying to get a sense of what your deal is, apparently. But he doesn't like pull away. Hi, Jailson.
And I lean in very close, and I go.
Mwah.
I mean, I would. You are in a room with perhaps two of the most independent thinkers you may have ever met on this ship, who are not sweating or bleeding the moment that you meet them. We are beyond glad to meet someone as thoughtful as you. And I'm sure you can agree that it is both good to be in the company of people who trust your own insight rather than the dexterousness of your fingers, and that it's good as a warforged to have a man of House Cannith as a friend. You can be assured of both of those things if we get to leave here today, and you can help us leave here today with a lot of the things that we have planned for this ship, and hopefully not a lot of bloodshed or oil shed otherwise.
For only $19.95.
And he kind of...
Because I imagine that means that as the one true pilot of this strange ship, you know a great deal of its innards better than we would. And we'd like to know a lot about those innards.
You would like me
Yes,
to...
Tantin, I get that.
You would like me to help you... what? Pilot this ship? Sabotage it?
If we can leave with the ship, it would be lovely. And if we could leave without making any noise, that would be lovelier still. So neither of those. But it would be nice if you can tell me what's in every room here for a first step.
Oh, a first step. Just tell you everything. What if...
It's a substantial step. True.
What if it turns out that Reeve has decided to use you to test me? In that event, I would be signing my own death warrant.
So I tighten the grip with my arm just enough that if I disconnect it from my shoulder, it will still be gripping him.
Okay.
And then I step even closer to him and go, enough of me is the kind of thing that I imagine Reeve hates and would like to turn into beige mist. I'm not a test. Or rather, I am, but not one from him. I'm one from you.
Kind of gazes at you, and he says, we need names. I am Clock. With whom am I speaking?
Rowan Shallow.
And he kind of nods.
And you don't need to know my friend's name, only that he's House Cannith.
But as a gesture of trust, we did find one of the victims of the exit strategy. Who had
Bulger,
been,
probably. He was left to die after being made an example of. He was a member of the Parliament of Gears, and he never gave it up. Instead, he gave his own life up. His friend, Divot, is still here, and he's the next to go.
It was from he that we found this place, learned of it, and were sent here to do what we could to try to make things better.
But he was dead when we left. I saw him myself.
Dead, true, but loved.
Loved by whom?
And Tent is kind of like, just sort of looks over at Rowan like,
Trust, you said.
Oh, it's not a question of. I don't believe it was love. It was a force of nature that communicated to us.
Force of nature. And you can see his voice drops to a whisper, sounding actually slightly like, you mean the elemental?
Mm-hmm.
The one that Bulger released. It stayed with him.
It's still out there.
Staying with him now, even after its last gasp.
Well,
And we are here to do more of that good work. For you all to possibly find a place where you can be peers and not lackeys, as I've said. Everyone else on the ship deserves it just as much as you, free thinker or no.
Maker preserve us. He's that one that passed by. The other warforged, whatever it looked like. Was that a friend of yours?
The Warforged that hovers?
Yes.
Yes.
You must know. He will be in grave danger unless he does exactly what Reeves says.
par for the course.
He knew that when he got here.
We have little time. But he kind of pauses. I would like you to make a persuasion check for me, Rowan. I want you to do it at advantage.
he wants you to do an advantage. I want you to roll insanely high.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can't.
I mean, just so we're all clear
Does
on exactly.
Arv does the inspiration still in effect? Bardic inspiration.
I think it lasts 10 minutes.
I know. That's why I want him to.
Too
Is
long.
it? Is it?
Okay,
Okay.
I have a
that's fine.
question. I have a question.
Sure, Nisia.
Does the channel of getting the 50,000 points inspiration still apply?
Well, the thing is that both of those have been used for this month.
No.
They were used
So-
very early.
I mean,
So yes,
Waymond Wolf would like
absolutely,
to.
please do.
Waymond Wolf would like to let you know something in chat, though.
Oh, Waymond Wolf has inspired Rowan. Hey, listen. But you were the thing is you were already
He's already-
doing this at advantage already,
Yeah.
though. Also, Jen, I think
Okay,
your
so-
your little cover for the camera just fell in front of your camera.
Oh, sorry.
That's
sorry.
okay.
It's okay. It's like a black mask.
So
hanging over your face.
persuasion, you say?
Persuasion. You were already at inspiration. Wayman, if you want to inspire, let's say, either Tanton or Alarian coming up, you can hold on to
Hilarion.
that.
Hilarion. Hilarion.
Or Luciana. Okay, so there's a long pause, and it clock kind of gazes at you and then says, "Perhaps when I broke free from my masters in Onder, I learned that trust must ultimately be a leap of faith. They used faith as a cudgel, but I think faith may be used instead as a tool for good, perhaps. Very well. I will help you, but we must work quickly now. Your friend is in deep danger." Which brings us down to the next floor, where we have Alarian and Merime and Nisiana. Let's bring you down to the lower deck and chat to lower deck. where you can see, now you have followed behind as Reeve, Alarian, and the whole crew, and I'm only carrying you forward here. Alarian, just I'm not trying to move your guy. I'm just letting you know that, like, this is how they're organizing themselves as they go forward. Now they bring you directly over the grate, so you can hear the kind of clank, clank, clank. And you think part of the reason for this is, as you're watching, you wonder if Reeve ever deviates from any course that has been set for himself, even if it's like over a grate or over a minefield or whatever. Like, clearly, obviously, he's not a fool, but you get the impression that he's just like, physics, whatever. Like, you know, natural obstacles, that's not the problem for me.
Yeah, straight path, never deviating, right.
Exactly.
And that's exactly the term, that's exactly the kind of impression I get from him.
And it doesn't bother Alarian because they float. So
Exactly.
Right.
Although I dip in the holes a little bit, like, whoa, 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 you know.
Well, it's like waffles. That's kind of cool.
So one of the guards, in the meantime, departs to bring something else. Maybe you're not 100% sure.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know what they're bringing.
And then they bring... Okay.
While you're grabbing that, I have a quick question for Brandon. Didn't you say during the break you were going to go make a sandwich? Because that looks like a cake.
I did both.
Okay. Carry on, please.
Jen, where are you two right now?
I
doubt you stuck by the stairs.
No. We're just pretend that Mary May is with me. Marie needed to bounce because she was starting to get dizzy, and we're not fucking around with the concussion. So
No, we're not.
Totally agree.
Yep.
Amen.
She's with me, and we are actually staying pretty close. Where are you? Oh yeah.
Everywhere you,
The grate. We are stepping around the grate.
Okay, good. I was going to say.
We don't do that because I don't trust it, and it's noisy, and they just walked across it. And I'm not certain it's not electrified either. So
Okay.
we are here. We also stay away from actually touching anybody. We're very conscious of where all the warforges are. We stay within mind link of Alarian. And Nisiana tells Alarian, I can't let anybody die. I can't do that. I won't do that.
And so
Are we losing John?
He does seem a little frozen, doesn't he?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
bollocks.
Well, clearly he's next on the table. So
Yeah, exactly.
No, he's supposed to execute somebody based on what I'm understanding.
he's obviously not intending to do that. So
We
he's next on the
completely lost him.
I completely lost him.
Wow.
So give us a second while we get John back on, everybody.
So is that a Black Forest cake?
I'll be right back.
Yes, it is.
Aha!
Okay, I know the pictures are off, chat. Bear
It's
with
my
me.
nephew's favorite cake.
Nice. When I was a vet tech in Hawaii, I used to eat a half a German chocolate cake for lunch every day. It was it's probably a reason, one of the many reasons why I'm diabetic now. So yeah, don't do that, kids.
Yeah.
Keep on trying until you run out of cake. Hi, Crit Twitch. And,
Good song.
Prince Justin has no cake and he must scream. Welcome, everybody, by the way. While we're waiting, pictures are coming back up. Zoom is rebooting. You are watching day 34 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 5 of Parliament of Gears, which is, in turn, the first part of Season 3, called the Dogs of War season. And this has been a very tense, I think, session, it's fair to say. But you know, we're getting there. Okay. Now give me just a second whilst I get the
Sorry about
Windows
that,
all
folks.
fixed.
Okay.
My internet decided to hiccup.
That's okay. I needed like the 15 seconds, so.
Okay. Glad to help.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very considerate.
Let's see.
Bodies are
And
pants. Let's just put it that way.
I think not quite. Oh my God.
The thing that you missed, John, was me
Yeah.
Nisiana saying,
Got it.
I won't let anybody die. I can't do that. I won't let anybody die.
The only answer is then we are in agreement.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
There we go. So, so they
we're
so they
also
bring you up.
heavily outnumbered, but we are in agreement.
I have faith.
So they bring you they bring you up towards the block, and then Captain Reeve turns and says, "Stand to one side, Illyrian."
I'll stand over here.
Okay, and one of the guards goes with you. And then coming down the stairs and being brought over I'm sorry, not through the stairs, through one of the outside doors. Although, let me think about that. No, I take that back. Stairs. Down the stairs is another guard with this one. Now, this looks to be about a sort of a medium-sized warforged, I guess you might say. And he moves with a bit of a shuffle. You can see that one of his legs maybe not quite, functional. And Reeve nods to the guard and says, "Right, secure the traitor." And so Divot here, or at least this warforged, but you have to assume that it's Divot because that was the name that you heard before that Reeve used, is manacled here. And you notice that he doesn't really do a whole lot when he's being put on. He's just manacled, legs, arms, etc. And Reeve stands to one side. And now you notice that there are other warforged starting to gather. In fact, a number of them.
I have a question, Greg.
Sure.
This slab, is it solid or is it a table?
It is a solid metal slab that, or sort of block, I guess. A metal block might be a better way to put it. It is a little bit smaller. I mean, there's the top of it is a little bit wider than its base, but it's for the most part like secure all the way to the ground. So there's nothing underneath.
Will I fit over here?
Yes, you would.
Very small.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, but it's too small for a warforged to move in comfortably.
Depending on the size of the warforged, it would definitely be too small for Captain Reeve to fit comfortably. He's a big guy, as we've discussed.
Okay.
So yeah.
And I know Merime is going to be really unhappy with this, but I'm telling her that I'm letting go and I'm gonna where I'm going, and I am moving to this spot.
Okay. So Reeve.
I'm not sure what she would do in that instance, to be quite honest.
I have an aura that will keep everyone is alive.
Okay. So Reeve sort of steps up to the table and turns, and you can now see that there are a good maybe 8 to 10 warforged that are standing in the room. Now, you know there's more clearly that are in the ship, but it may be that these are the sort of off-duty ones or something like that. And they have assembled here, and there's a sort of pause. And then Captain Reeve turns, and he says to the assembled group, "We have come far, my brothers, come far and done much, but our Lord has not yet released us from our service. We still have more to do, and that means our commitment must grow. Our faith is what sustains us. Our obedience is our faith." And all the ones in the room, the warforged, murmur, "Our obedience is our faith." It may be said that some among us have decided that obedience is too high a price to pay, that they would prefer free will, as if their free will is what distinguishes them from their servitude in the past. No, their servitude in the past came from the unworthiness of their masters. Those who are not warforged are unworthy, and that is why our Lord has chosen us. And again, the assembled crowd, "Our Lord has chosen us." And he turns and he says, "This one," looking at the one on the slab, "Divot decided that freedom was required for others in our service. that some sparkling force of nature was more important than the will of the Lord of Blades. His free will is a path to failure, and he must be punished. And again, he must be punished, they say. Nisiana, you sitting behind the slab can see that Divid is just sort of looking up, kind of not, moving much. And
But he's not dead.
no,
right?
he's not dead. No.
And we've already established I can heal Warforged, right?
Yes. There is the question of whether healing them, I know you have your aura, but whether healing them would reveal you. We have to think about the question of that, but we'll...
The aura, Nisiana knows she's going to be revealed.
Okay.
I know Marime is probably freaking the fuck out right now, but quietly.
Okay.
But unfortunately, Maria's not here, and we have to play her conservatively. So
right.
She will be there to protect, to fight, and to protect.
But
go ahead,
since Marime isn't the one who turned Nisiana invisible, she can't see her, right?
That's correct. But I do have the mind link, and I said,
right.
I am leaving you. I am moving to the north side of the altar, is what I'm calling it, because I am me. And I'm going to pop my aura of life so nobody within it can die.
Okay.
Is that everybody or just allies?
All allies.
Okay.
Let me give you the.
Yes, please. Please do that, because that will really be a thing.
Aura of life.
I didn't. My character. Hold on. I gotta see.
Aura of life. Life preserving energy within a 30-foot radius. Each non-hostile creature within the aura, including me, has resistance to various different damages. Can't be and its maximum hit point can't be reduced. In addition, non-hostile living creatures gain 1 hit point when they start their turn at 0.
Okay.
So you will automatically be up. Anytime you can drop, you're up.
As long as you stay within that 30-foot radius. And you've ducked down so that you can't be seen.
That is correct.
Physically. Okay. All right.
My attempt is basically to hide and make it seem like the aura is coming from Divot. That is going to be my attempt. And I can do multiple auras at once. And I have multiple auras that I'm planning to do, because I'm pretty sure we're about to get our ass handed to us, but I'm going to do my best to protect us.
Okay.
Well, as long as one of your auras is, kill Captain Reeve, we're fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's the kill Reeve aura.
People.
There's a lot of There's a lot of work.
So Reeve, okay, so all of that is noted. Reeve sort of turns and says, "Now, in the name of our Lord, we have here a recruit who claims that he is one of us." I'm so tempted to have everyone say one. No, I'm not going to have him do that. I was so tempted.
One of us.
One of us.
Scooby-Doo, one of us.
But he must be tested. The Lord of Blades tolerates neither weakness nor deceit. And so I have asked this Ilarion to prove his worth. And he reaches, and one of the guards takes from the shelf basically essentially a tongs, like a big tongs, and hands it over to you. Hands it to Reeve, and then Reeve hands that to you, Ilarion, and says, "Now, the mercy of the Lord of Blades means that Warforged may be restored to his sight. Once his punishment has been engaged in, perhaps this one will be made whole. In the meantime, remove one of his fingers." And he turns and starts saying, "Lord of Blades preserves. The Lord of Blades preserves." And all of the figures around are going, "The Lord of Blades preserves." Are all, so he, sort of turns facing away from you. All of them are staring at you, Ilarion.
Except for Anthony in the corner, who's like, "Om Nam Shivaya, Om Nam Shivaya."
All right. And he said he gave me what? A pair of tongs?
A pair of tongs, like a large
But
pair of tongs that are.
Is it the kind that's like incisors that like
Yeah.
to snip things? That kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay. I go over to him and I will nod my head fairly respectfully to him. That's enough. Good. And I will take the tongs from him. And I will turn to this poor bastard on the slab. He's on it impassively, which is my usual expression. And I'll place a hand on his chest. Rest easy, and it will be over before you know it. And with that, I will select the smallest finger on the hand nearest to me. And I will snip, snip.
Okay. When you do that, there is a collective sort of almost a as if, the act has been done. Divot, you notice, Nisiana, probably a less skilled healer would not notice this, but you can see that, of course, Divot's expression, like all Warforged, is kind of fixed. But you can see the movement of its hand as it looks down at the hand. And of course, Nisiana, having dealt with Warforged before, that for Warforged, the most terrible thing is not pain. The terrible thing is the removal of something which constructed them in the first place. This is why maiming and dismemberment and all that stuff is so frightening to them in particular. And just that one is placed, and Larian, once that's done, Reeve takes and sort of nods at you and places it on the shelf, and then says to the guard, "Return him to the brig, and may you be made whole." And Divot sort of pulls up, and the surrounding group is made whole, made whole, made whole. And Divot
Butler
is
Pit.
released. Say again.
Butler Pit.
Butler Pit.
Made whole.
Made whole. He is released from the slab. Nisiana, you're pretty confident, by the way, that would not kill him. I mean, like...
No, I know it won't kill him, and since we have the mind link, I basically am like telling Alarian, I'm going to do the life aura first. I'm going to wait on you, because life aura allows me to bonus action heal, because I can do life aura and then this other aura, and then, but we're at this point where somebody's been maimed and I can't do anything about it.
Yep. We've been communicating through this whole time, Arv, about what's going.
Yeah. No, I know.
And yes, and he's like, he's still alive. It's all good, which is true. He's like, let's just say that Alarian thought something much darker was going to happen. So, yeah, this is actually
wasn't dark enough.
Not terrible. It was.
It's kind of fucking dark for my character.
Yes, that's why Alarian is trying to extend calm to you and just say, they still live. Hopefully, we'll be able to help them later. For now, everything is proceeding as well as can be expected. Hold yourself in check. Is literally what they're telling you.
And Divot gets off the slab, is brought off the slab by the guard. And the other Warforged, except for the guard that were in there to begin with, begins to disperse. And Reeve turns back to you and puts a hand on your shoulder, Alarian, and says, "Well done. It is only a beginning. The Lord of Blades requires loyalty to be renewed. But I am pleased that you have taken your first step. You will be given lodging here, and then given assignments tomorrow. We will not be here for much longer. Our group of assets must be brought to the Lord of Blades. He will be pleased to see that a strong new member of our Warforged has joined us, and that they will do what is necessary to serve him." And he kind of he faces you and nods, and then he says, Make sure that Sundar is given the information of this, he says to one of the guards. And then make sure that he is given quarters. I will return to mine. And he turns, and as he's about to walk away, he looks over and he says, and make sure that the bolt is fixed. Although I am impressed, I am also not a fool. And one of the guards holds out what looks like essentially that cog that you may remember that was in the forehead of the creature that you found.
Yeah.
That one. Takes it and rams it into your shoulder. Now, Alarian, the thing, this is not fun, but it clearly doesn't do damage or anything like that.
Right.
But what it does do is there's a moment of a shiver, like a type of thing, and you feel suddenly this sort of strange experience where it doesn't restrict you or restrain you in any way, but it is clearly a foreign element of some kind to your body. And you don't know what it's connected to or what it does, but as you look, you can see that the guard has such a thing in its right shoulder, as do many of the guards around you. You can see all of them have this same kind of bolt.
Let me guess, Captain Reeves does not have the same kind of bolt.
That
Does
would
he?
be correct.
And
At least not one that you saw,
Point
obviously.
number 1, get that fucking thing out of Valerian.
Yeah.
and I asked the guard who did that, what is this for?
It is to ensure obedience. All of us have this. You need fear nothing, for it is simply proof of your love for the Lord of Blades. And the other guard nods. Love for the Lord of Blades.
Yeah, that's pretty high up on our mission. Exactly. That's not good.
So you are led away, and as you are led away, Nisiana, are you going to follow? Are you going to follow? And I guess Merime would have to be asked the same question as well. You are led back to the stairs. Apparently, they're taking you. The guard says to the second floor. Are you going to follow to the second floor?
Basically, Merime and Nisiana will communicate until Nisiana can get to Merime and touch her, and then follow up.
Okay. Are you able to?
Basically-
So you're presuming then that you're kind of going to where Merime was. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, I'm coming around. I will come around to
Southwest corner of the
where,
table.
Okay.
And the two of us have done this kind of thing before.
Marco.
Probably been invisible. Apparently, we've done a lot, and I've just gone along with it. But apparently, I am. But I'm my thing to her is we have got to get that bolt out of him, or do something so it looks like he has a bolt, but it isn't there.
Yeah, just render it inert would be great.
Yeah, but
If that's feasible.
we are following so that we can get to where he is.
Oh yeah, so I'm sorry, am I being escorted to my quarters? Is that
You
what's
are,
happening?
and this,
Okay.
by the way, this group, one guard and one dog exit as if to return to their usual patrol. You are occupied now with one guard and one of the defenders.
Okay, that's much more reasonable odds if odds become necessary to taken on. Good. Like that.
You know what?
Yep.
If you're trusted, it's okay. It's good. We can deal with it.
Did not
We're
expect to
still
be
in
spending a long time here.
We're in communication.
Yep. But the time limit kind of taps the wrist.
That's why it was a 24 or 36-hour time limit, not
Well-
2 hours, because I didn't think we were going to be done in 2 hours.
I'm more concerned about your invisibility spells.
I have no idea how long mine lasts. I know hers lasts 1 hour, and I know she has one more of them that she can do.
Oh my God, they disappeared.
They vanish. Okay. That's because they're being brought here.
Oh.
As they climb the stairs, and as you're being brought over, we go back to Tanton and Rowan, and I'm aware of the time overall. So they are walking. So as they're in there, clock has been gathering together material of various kinds. And he says to both of you, if all goes as I would expect, then this will simply be a test. It will probably take one of the fingers of Divid, if I were not mistaken. And depending on what your friends do, if they have restraint, they may be able to keep from revealing themselves. But if you are using some kind of invisibility, as I think you are, it may not last for very much longer, though you could tell me if that is true. That means whatever you wish to do must happen quickly. I'm gathering some parts together, but I must know, what exactly do you want to do? You said you wish to escape, but presumably you came here for a reason. Do you wish to free the elementals or something else?
We wish to free as many captives as there are on this ship.
Captives?
We've been informed that there are other bodies here.
Well, there are. In fact, there are in the room right over there. And he jerks a head over his shoulder to the north wall and says, they used to be guest quarters, but now it is where the captives are kept. 7 or 8 of them, I believe. I don't know, though, how you're going to free them and free the elementals and get off this ship, all without anyone noticing. Almost certainly, your friend has now been fitted with the bolt. That means it will be difficult for him to leave without people noticing.
The bolt?
Yes.
That doesn't sound pleasant.
It's not. And he looks down at his own shoulder and looks at this bolt. And then he says, this, for example, this ensures my complete loyalty. At least it prevents my escape. And then he looks up at you, and his eyes for a moment, Rowan, you would swear twinkle. And then he says, or does it? And he reaches over and pulls out this bolt as if it's nothing. And he looks at it, and then he shows it to you, Tanton, and he says, it's amazing, isn't it? How something can look just like something else and not be. And with surprising dexterity, Rowan, you notice this, and of course, Tanton, he spins this in his hand and then tosses it to you, Tanton. You're like right there, so that doesn't require a check. And if you were to look at it, you would see that this looks exactly like the bolt that was in the head of the forehead of the creature, Bulger, apparently, the one that was in the, in the gray that was killed, but it isn't exactly, because the outside of it has been cunningly constructed to allow it to be unscrewed. You would never know it unless you were literally holding it and like actually moving it around, but he has clearly fashioned something to look like a bolt that is not. And he says, this is my obedience, and I can fashion others, but it will take a little bit of time to restore or replace an actual bolt with one of my creation. If your friend has been fitted with one, I will need a little of time to replace it with my own. That is time during which perhaps you can try to make your escape. But the timing must be perfect. Otherwise, the captain will know, or his lieutenant. Sundar is not as cruel as Reeve is, but he is considerably more adaptable. I don't know what Sundar truly believes in the end, but I know that if Sundar suspects you, you will not be able to fool him. He has never attended a Parliament of Gears meeting, nor has he tracked down those who would be within it. So, he is, if you will, what do they call it? An X-Factor.
So, right. So, at this moment, is the mind link still up, or has enough distance passed that it can't be up anymore?
I would say that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But I will say that Mare May, knowing her, whenever we move up the stairs or something, she will try to
reestablish it. Yeah.
Reestablish it. But I do not know the spell, so I don't know if it needs visual or if it just needs distance.
I think it needs visual to establish it in the first place, right?
Except
I think
she has that dream special. Hold on a second. She's got that specialty ability that extends it crazy well. Let me see if I can
Right.
add it.
The only, and I know
then-
she can maintain it without visual contact once it's established.
But
I
it
just don't
wouldn't.
know. Yeah,
Hang
go
on,
ahead,
hang
Zach.
on. Give me just a second. I'm almost positive she can reestablish the thing just as she is because she's got that crazy group talk deal, which is awesome. I mean, it's
Everybody drink some
fantastic.
water.
Yeah.
I've
It's
got a
the
cat.
family plan.
Okay.
It's the family plan. Yeah, exactly.
Drink some water.
No roaming
I've got a
requirements
cat
at
while
all.
we look up.
Help aid. Thought singer. Pick up a creature you can see. The difference equals 10 times your level. Don't share language. She does need to see them. So she would need to see those two to reestablish it.
Okay.
But she does know where you guys are, so that's fine. Just a matter of me getting situated in my new quarters and blah 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 blah.
So
Right.
while you're going up there, Clock says to Rowan and Tanton, "So, what do you want to do? Do you wish to try to save the elementals or the captives? And what order do you want to do all this in, given the tightness of the time?"
The captives
Right.
are already here.
That's easy enough then. Well, not easy, but at least I know where they are. You can find them to the north of here. And, of course, there is the guard outside the door.
Put patiently, the elementals are also captives. So that's also worth noting. Of particular concern to me as well, obviously, is the fact that as soon as we open a door, we are now on the clock. So we should do whatever is furthest to the door and then rush towards the exit, knowing that the very last steps that we will need to worry about is flipping the switch for the fence and getting everybody out while obviously all of the Warforged are forging war.
Let me just pause you for 1 second and welcome 20 raiders from Praxagora Thesmophoria who have joined us. Thank you so
Oh,
much,
wow.
Pulp World Build, Other
Ooh.
Doc. Welcome,
Welcome.
raiders. You are watching just the very tail end of our session tonight of Day 34 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is Season 3 of our long campaign. I am joined at the moment by Trent Sparks and John Helfers and Jennifer Brozek and Brandon O'Brien. And these are wonderful role players, and I hope you folks have a chance to stick around for a few minutes. Thank you so much for the raid. I imagine you were playing some D&D, and we'll have to follow you back. So welcome, everybody.
We are in so much trouble.
Yeah, they're well,
That never
Actually-
happens in D&D.
in a bit.
Actually, we're a bit
We're
more
doing a
on,
lot
on
better
better
now.
footing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we are doing a lot better now.
Okay.
We are doing better. We are still in trouble.
Also,
Yes.
hi, Kentucky Hawkeye. So welcome. Thanks for the raid. Rowan, yes, I'm sorry. You were saying.
Okay, so here's what I think we should be doing. If those are the only other hostages, if those are the only captives in this fortress, then we should be working towards getting the elementals out at the same time and just meeting downstairs. And you don't like that idea, Tanton. Let me guess why. Because you don't want to have to do it by yourself?
Can you see
No.
Tanton shaking his head, by the way, when this is happening?
No,
Oh no, I'm just like, silence
you
is
were
happening. That
imagining. I
means
see, I
Tanton
see.
doesn't
Okay,
like
got
my
it.
plan.
Okay, got it. Yeah, sorry.
As soon, I presume that there are several lightning elementals bound to this vehicle to energize its various systems. If you remove them, we will not be able to open the doors.
That's true. Although there are portable sources that could do it temporarily, but they are not very efficient, and the doors will make terrible amounts of noise when they are used.
And
Counterpoint. Can't a lightning elemental just poke a hole through the steel?
This steel? Maybe. But the elementals, you must remember, are weakened after their servitude. It takes time for them to rebuild their power. Also, you don't yet know what they'll do when they're released. They might attack the nearest thing they see.
As is their right, to be fair, but I do
don't
understand
deny
your
it.
point. But if we don't go for them and then we open the door for the captives, we are essentially agreeing to leave them behind.
It is a conundrum, I agree.
Man, you guys are lucky that I am not there. Oh,
There is, of course, one alternative. One of you could deal with the elementals, the other of you could deal with the captives. For example, if you are from House Cannith, he says, turning to you, Tanton, then you will know something about the engine design. It has been modified, but otherwise the containment chamber is the same. The problem is the containment chamber is on the first level. The captives, as I said, are on this.
That really makes our job a great deal easier. Somewhat.
mer?
Sorry, that logic is beautiful. Makes it a great deal easier. Somewhat. Which is it?
I mean, better than not knowing anything and therefore still having several more doors to open. Tanton.
Hmm.
And I'm actually I actively turn around even though I have no idea where Tanton is.
Yeah.
I can't see you do it, but yes.
Mhm. You can jam any one of these doors that you wish, can't you? Surely there's a mechanism to keep one open or closed once it's already been active.
It would take me a few moments, but yes.
Is a few moments more than 10 moments?
No, it's more like 2 or 3 minutes.
Minutes is a lot of time. That's not ideal. If we can get the captives out, knowing that we still have an exit strategy for the elementals that isn't jumping out of a port window, this can work.
I could do it faster, but you will lose the key in the process.
I turn to Clock. Are you particularly sentimental about this fortress?
And the clock sort of turns back to you, and the monocle sort of... I want you to, every time this happens, to think of the dude from The Last Starfighter with his...
Yes, that's
like
exactly
every
who I
time,
was
right? And sort of turns
Zur.
to you and says, I have no
Done.
love for a machine that was used for death. I am happy with my modifications. But modifications to harm and to enslave are not what I signed up for. I would see this thing burn to the ground if I could, but doing so while hurting others would not be what I wish for either. And there are some, certainly among the captives, and Divot you saw for yourself, there are some who do not serve the Lord of Blades. I would not see them destroyed as useless scrap. For this fortress, though, and he looks over at you, Tanton, well, let it melt like the slag it should have been before the last war.
Yes.
I'm in favor of this, and at that point, we don't need a key to hell if we're never going to come back to hell. So do what you must.
To need a key to open each door.
Right. So the strategy that I have in mind is something that I'm essentially going to need you to wait on me for. I'm going to free the captives, let them out, and then I'm going to wait for you downstairs. At which point, I'm going to trade the key with you. You're going to keep the doors open, and I'm going to go get the elementals.
The outer door does not open at the same time as the inner door. Remember, when we came in, there were 2 doors. We had to come into one, it closed, and we
Right.
opened the inner one. I need more than one key for what you're talking about. And if there is a door that needs a key to be opened where the elementals are, then we're going to need at least 3.
Noted. At which point, we're probably going to need extra hands. To which I finally put my arm back into my
I was going to
shoulder.
say, I already built you one.
And then I bring my palm down from the forearm into Clock's palm, and I grab it for a handshake and go, "Are you open to doing something absolutely reckless in the name of your own freedom?"
I assume you mean more reckless than I'm doing already?
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, yes.
Are you? To be sure,
Yes, yes,
I know
you
that
have.
I know that you love your hands, and I promise that your hands will be in better condition when we leave here than they are even right now. But in order for that to happen, I'm gonna need you to confess to your willingness to punch a warforged.
To punch a warforged? Well, that would depend on the warforged, wouldn't it?
The guard right outside your door, perhaps?
I suppose if it is for, and he turns and puts his other left hand into the gauntlet. So he kind of like puts it on the ground, flips it, and then zzz, like this. He says, if it's for the greater good, this thing needs to be field tested anyway. But I must warn you, I am not a warrior, and I won't be the equal of most of those guards, not for long. This may stun one or two of them, but if they swarm us, you may as well be on your own for that, because I will not be much help. I can engineer and punch once.
If you manage to stun the guard outside, how long would it take us, you and I, to remove his bolt?
It would depend. Probably if we worked quickly, a minute and a half.
10 rounds. That's too much.
But some of these, serve willingly. They are not controlled by the bolt.
Can you temporarily disable the bolt?
Presuming he has one.
Not any faster than by simply stunning them.
Fair. So you can't rely on more allies.
No, not unless you've released the captives, or the elementals, I suppose. There are some in the Parliament of Gears, but you see, the Parliament of Gears members, most of them are secret to each other. That way, if one of us is discovered, they cannot break. That's what happened to poor Bulger. He didn't know who the rest of the people are. The only real danger is if he had revealed the existence of the organization at all, but he did not. He was brave. That said, we cannot know who is friend or foe.
Well, hopefully they reveal themselves when we get to work.
Quite.
Fair
If
enough.
that's so, you better move quickly. Your friend will surely have done whatever it is he intends to do by now.
Yes. At this point, we could do nothing more than make a move.
All
If
right.
the doors are going to be a problem, then I'm gonna have to trust you to tell me what the preferred pattern is. But rest assured, we can't leave without every single captive free.
So then
And
step
that
one
means clock 2.
Step one is dealing with the individual outside this door. Then you deal with the individuals next door. I go downstairs and...
Okay?
So,
You're so lucky I'm not there.
so to be clear, the plan is Clock to deal with the guard, Rowan to deal with the captives, Tantin to deal with the elementals, while Ilarion, followed by Nisiana, and Merime are heading towards whatever place Ilarion is being.
Can we cover that
Bunked.
tonight so I know what the hell's going on? Because right now the three of us have no idea what's being hatched over there.
And the answer has to be no, because Maria's not here and we've hit our
Well,
time.
if I just get my quarters, I'm assuming they're going to leave me be. Is the point? That's kind of why I want to get past that part. Is going to say, here, stay here. Okay, we'll call you tomorrow, and then I'm on my own, which is exactly what I want.
Yeah, and you guys just kick back in your quarters and
Yeah, I'll just take it easy. Exactly.
We'll see you guys whenever we see you.
He thinks that. It's not going to happen. He never planned that. He knows better.
So we will talk about that this way. As you are brought up onto the second floor, Alarian and that particular company.
A lot of stair climbing in this outfit. I tell you, up,
that's
down,
true,
up, down, up, down.
So you're getting in your stairwell.
You don't touch the ground anyway.
I know, right?
Irony.
Anyways, yeah.
So
Literally an irony.
Okay.
So
You are brought up. Let me make sure I got this right. Yes. You're brought up, and then you are brought into here.
Okay.
Okay.
To be sure, we do not actually go inside this room because I do not want to be trapped inside there.
So you're just going to wait outside while Alarian goes in, is that right?
Yep, because we can still maintain the mind link.
Okay.
Yeah, true. Yes.
So,
how many damn chairs does this man need?
Alarian, well, the answer to that is, Alarian, you come into this room.
Don't tell me there are other Warforged
Which
in this room.
is...
All right, I won't tell you.
There are 12 metal chairs positioned around the room. And as you are brought into this room, you are brought in, and the guard behind you says, "May you have a pleasant series of moments to rest before you continue your service to the Lord of Blades."
To the Lord of... Oh, sorry.
And as the door behind you closes, Alarian, you can see that sitting in every one of these chairs, with their eyes closed, arms on the armrests, sort of looking outward, is a Warforged guard. They appear to be, if you had to guess, in either stasis or communing sleep. But you'll be happy to know there is an empty chair just for you as we bring our session to a close.
Are you going to sit down?
One of my favorite sessions that this group has done, and that's saying a lot. What a wonderful, wonderful session. Delightfully tense. And with a great deal of stuff that everyone has got to figure. This is for everyone watching. This is above 101, y'all. This is like serious stuff because every one of these folks has to think both independently as a group and as a group. And there's only so much that you can do because of the nature of the way that the sort of the mind melds, the messaging app is kind of working. And every one of them had a chance to shine. And who knows, the conclusion of Parliament of Gears, we'll see, is going to come up here. They did gain an ally, but they also had some serious work to do. And there were moments where I was just as much on the edge of my seat as the rest of you because I didn't know what the party was going to do to handle it. I just established what was going on in the scene and the circumstances, and then it's up to them to do the rest. And there was a lot of people being like, crap, like son of a, everyone's got to hope that everyone knows the drill, and everyone had to kind of function on their own. It was just awesome. I'm going to start with I'm going to keep this map up because I love the diagram of that room with Alarian in it. I will start with the gentleman, therefore, on the right side of the map, even though in the ziggurat it's in a different place, and that is Brandon. Listen, Brandon, first of all, great work from Rowan. I think that Rowan was very well positioned to be able to talk the way that Rowan did to Clock. I think it was important, too, that Clock's ability to see through this, which immediately made you realize that you were dealing with a different kind of Warforged. You had a lot of stuff you had to think about. 2 more gift subs from Wayman Wolf. Thank you, Wayman Wolf, for the 2 subs. And welcome, Radicus and Deviator. Wow, 7 subs today. Thank you for the generosity, Wayman. Thank you. But you were sort of uniquely placed, I think, to be able to figure out whether or not this guy was on the level and what you had to do. Because the whole Parliament of Gears thing, that insight check was important. Being able to determine whether or not the reaction was like, the Parliament of Gears, those pieces of crap, those deceiving scoundrels, or whether it was kind of like, what if I did know about the Parliament of Gears type of thing, right? And that I think was interesting, as was the idea that, Clock became, in a way, one of the captives you had to consider as well. So I thought that was fascinating, not to mention a lot of the good ideas that you had, one or two of which were like, okay, the die is cast, we're chucking a coin down the stairs, we're going to see how that goes. So that was also fun to be like, now it's time to do this.
Yes, it was.
It was really great. And Lot of tension. There's a lot that's going to be happening in this next session, Brandon. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So first and foremost, I love clock. All of a sudden, I'm very glad that you put us in that situation where we opened the door and we're like, oh no, a warforged. Oh no, it can see me. And especially because Rowan is essentially on a con at this moment, and Rowan's mental process while orchestrating a heist or a con of this nature is anyone who is not already confirmed to be my ally is an enemy unless I make them so. So I was fully prepared to go, oh, I'm gonna walk into this room and this Warforged is gonna flatten my skull because I can't get enough fight to the Warforged. And that's gonna be the end of it. Let's figure out how the plan gets moving. And then knowing that Clock is actually an ally, for which I thank a lot of your characterization as well, because there were ways in which Clock physically behaved that told me, oh, you are not on the obedience track as everyone else is, which means that I can talk to you and figure out what you actually care about. And we will figure out whether what you care about is valuable to us, and actually digging into that and discovering that not only is Clock far more free-thinking than many of the other Warforged in this fortress, but that many other Warforged might be as well. Even beyond the captives, we still have to consider the possibility that we might potentially be able to realign any of these guards, which is a concern that we will have to approach in the next session if we care. It's actually really interesting. I like that a lot. So I had a lot of fun here.
It's going to be tough too because a lot of them are serving willingly, and a lot of them are not, and it's not obvious, which one.
Yeah, it's the banality of evil, right? We don't have 10 seconds to ask every guard, tell me, do you really care about the Lord of Blades or not? So at some point, we're just gonna have to sacrifice some people that could have been our allies, but I would like to think that can be potentially avoided, but it probably can't be. And I know that that's gonna be really cool when we get to that point. So I like this a lot. If Clock dies, I'm gonna be very upset with you in particular, Greg.
Yes, Chad has made that clear also. They're just like, Clock is awesome. Don't do anything to him. He's awesome. Don't screw with Clock.
Don't tempt the DM too much like that, though.
I mean, it is my job as a player to let you know that I care about this character enough that I want cool story beats. You can risk his life. If you kill him, I'll never play a game with you again.
Wow.
Oh God. So yeah, I really enjoyed this session. I'm really excited to see how we get out of this. When we got into the fortress, we had very few options, and now, even though very little has materially changed, more options have appeared. And I'm very excited to see what that looks like when we actually figure out how we leave this thing. So that's gonna be fun next session. So yeah, as for me, I am Brandon O'Brien. I am a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. You may know me as the game designer for Grey Shade, the 5e tie-in RPG connected to Gregory Wilson's Grey Assassin trilogy, which is very slowly being tinkered on, so please check that out if you haven't checked it out already. I wrote a collection of poetry called Can You Sign My Tentacle, the link of which is in the chat, so please check that out as well. And also, because I don't get a lot of opportunities to remind people that I have an itch.io page where you can get some of my other tabletop stuff. Yesterday, Friday what date was that? Friday the 17th was Creator Day on itch.io. So presently I have a sale on itch.io where all of the purchases of everything on that page give me 100% of the proceeds. So please check out the things that are there, including but not limited to the Fugitives playsheet that I made for our Blades in the Dark campaign over on Speculate a while ago, and a trio of games that I considered the horrible date night trilogy. The Moon Wants Me to Leave You, Time for Love and Red Delicious, which are all about attempting to set up a date with somebody that you really want to like you, and not picking up these signs that that person may or may not be terribly distracted by the fact that they may be a demon and is worried that the entire town wants to kill them. So please check those things out. I would like it very much if you could support the things that I make, so I can continue making them and possibly bring more of those cool things here on the channel for you to witness. Because on my itch.io page, I also have a splash page for Soundclash. I'm sure you've seen some of the wonderful gameplay of Soundclash that I've brought on the channel before. I am very excited to, at some point very soon, be finished with the design of Soundclash, and as well working on some other cool things you can also find out about on my itch.io page as well. So buying the games that already exist is a good way to support me in the process of making the games that I want to exist. So please check that out whenever you get the chance. That's me.
Thank you, Brandon. Great stuff tonight. Jen, again, Nisiana, I think, I really appreciated the moving behind the table and sort of being prepared to do the life aura thing, very much in line with what you would expect from Nisiana. Obviously, Nisiana is a team player who works with the Citadel, but also has got kind of moral imperatives to deal with, and this is always a challenge between how do you manage all of those. I also love the idea that Alarian, was kind of like, everyone relax, everyone don't do anything crazy, but it made perfect sense that Nisiana was going to be obviously very, as always, devoted to Merime, but also devoted to the need of healing. And remember, and as you know, Nisiana of course saw what had happened to this Warforged out in the gray, and has, I think, a sense of what it is that this, incredibly cruel Captain Reeve is willing to do to creatures under his employ who don't obey him. So I loved that idea. I think in addition to the stuff about this is a bad idea, it's still a bad idea, I don't know what we're going to do, all that, which was obviously funny, but there was, I think, a very important moral moment there for everyone to have to navigate. And I want to note that I do not do torture scenes. First of all, I hope that it wasn't gratuitous. I don't linger on it. But I think it was critically important to be able to demonstrate what this creature is. And I appreciated very much the moral decisions everyone individually made in response to that. And that, I think, was important to see what Nisiana was willing to put out there and not put out there. Which in this case was, I'm willing to be exposed, although not stupidly like, you will not harm this, standing up on top of the table or something ridiculous. Instead, sort of being behind for that life aura when that stuff comes into play. And Nisiana still is going to have to think about all this in terms of, like, now that Alarian's in the room by themselves, and what does that mean and all that. So that was that was him. That was important. You may have more of it than you might have thought you did, even though this is also, a very bad situation everyone is still in. How did you feel about the session today, Jen, and where will the fine folks find you next?
I was dying through half of this. I was just like, oh my God, I should be there, or oh my God, I don't want to be here. It was kind of two different ways. But I realized that she was just like, no, I'm not going to allow Alarian to kill someone in order to do a farce. It's not going to happen. And I flat out told him, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let somebody die. And so when we got to the point of, it's just maiming, and I thought, okay, Mia Tanton can fix this guy. Okay, Mia Tanton can fix this guy, and I trust him to do so. I had a lot to think about with that. But I realized she was flat out willing to not only expose herself, but sacrifice herself for her beliefs. And one of those beliefs is all life force is worthy of saving, which may eventually become an argument between her and Mia Tanton, which is a thing that she's been thinking about a lot lately. In the last, in character, 2 hours, 3 hours, I guess. It hasn't been that long in game, but in character, out of character, it's been weeks. But I will note that, we want to get Alarian out of that room, and as soon as Mermaid can see one of those other guys, she's going to be like, get me the freaking key. We've got to get Ilarion out of this room. I'm really, really glad about Clock being part of Parliament of Gears, because that was he didn't immediately set off an alarm. Maybe he's an ally.
Yeah, I heard you doing the whole like yes when he's giving the whole thing about like cruelty, whatever, under whatever guise or whatever he was saying, and you were just like pumping your fist over there, which was funny. That was very much the player obviously doing that.
I'm watching the other players and I'm really rooting for them, in and out of character. And Nisiana really believes in everybody in the team. At this point, Rowan has proven himself. So he is part of the team too. He has done enough things to smartly help us and to protect us. So he's like, I believe in him too. I believe in him. I believe we've got this. Eberron put this wild card in our path because we needed one, because we are all pretty set in our ways, except for Rowan. So Rowan is the wild card Eberron set in our path because we needed him. And it's very true in her mind. Everything is working according to Eberron's plan, which is why she's like, all right, Eberron put this in my path. If I have to sacrifice myself, I will. But I also trust Ilarion and my sister to do their best to save me. But I really hate this. In character, I really hate this. Out of character, I'm like eating this up. Like, oh my God, this is so much. So yeah, good job. Everybody, good job.
Agree. Where will the fine folks find you next, Jen?
Oh, I'm Jennifer Brozak. I am an author, editor, and media tie-in writer. I am about to have a re-release of my Bram Stoker nominated series, the Melissa Allen series. In 10 days, it will be released, and for the first time, the omnibus will be an ebook, including the extra story, Never Let Me Feel. It's Never Let Me Sleep, Never Let Me Sleep, Never Let Me Leave, Never Let Me Die, and then Never Let Me Feel. And it was nominated for the Bram Stoker Award, and it is being released from Speaking Volumes on about the 28th of this month. So I'm very excited because I do get, royalties and everything like that. And Peter Tikos is my cover artist. So I'm also very excited about that because
Big fan of Peter. Yep.
He's very, very good. We all really like Peter. He is one of the best cover artists out there. Otherwise, if you want to see me online, Twitter is my most active. If you want to see my cats, it's Instagram at Jennifer_Brozak. And I appreciate everybody coming and being here to support us, supporting our work because we are all artists. And I work with pretty much everybody here in one way or another, either as an author or an editor, or I'm working on a project that is, what's the word? I don't know the word. I've lost words.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Are you concussed?
No, I'm not concussed. My words sometimes I lose my words from time to time. But I appreciate everybody. And God damn, this was a good game. It was very tense. It was very, very tense. I'm very kind of uptight right now. So.
It's but good work today, Jen. Thank you. Moving right along the line, John. Obviously, Ilarion was out on his own and out on their own, and was involved in some serious stuff. First of all, the face down with Captain Reeves, which is gonna, which is a part of this mix. And Captain Reeves is not, was basically like, yeah, good, okay, well done, good job. By the way. Good night, Wesley. Good luck. Most likely kill you in the morning.
Most likely kill you in the morning.
Like, it was basically kind of like that. And I really did not know what Ilarion was going to do. I had this image in my mind that he was going to hand you the tongs, and Ilarion was either going to pull a Batman Begins, what are you doing? What is necessary, my friend? Like flip something, and like the whole room descends into chaos. or was going to do it under the assumption that this wasn't something that was going to kill Divot, and thus, kind of a greater good situation.
Greater good.
That Alarian, yeah, exactly, which Alarian was able to sort of do that. I hope everyone enjoyed the cultish recitation of, of sort of these loyalty oaths. And I was very curious to see how Alarian was going to manage that, because so much is relying on, Nisiana said this accurately, I mean, Alarian is basically having to distract all these people on their own, while they have to hope that the rest of the crew is doing what the Citadel is supposed to be doing. And it's a lot of it is based on Alarian trying to hope for the best while doing what they can to kind of keep things moving along with Reeve and the rest of them, and perhaps gathering some information as well. So Alarian was quite isolated in this session, as the plan sort of dictated, and that meant that Alarian had to kind of manage this both morally and practically on their own. So I found that fascinating to watch, and I was curious how you felt, John, about going through all this with Alarian in this session. So how'd you feel about today? Where will the folks find you next?
So yeah, tense is a very good way to put it. I think my one mistake I made with Alarian, of course, there's the known knowns and the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns.
Right.
Is the only good thing that asshole ever said, Donald Rumsfeld, in my opinion. But it's true. And if I'd gone and done this again, I would have probably had those two stay up on the upper level, because once we got down there, the problem would have been, if Reeves had told me to kill this guy, I would have brought Nisiana and Mermaid to their deaths, because we would not be coming out of that room alive. Because, as I said, while we were going over there, that I was in agreement with her that we are not going to take this person's life. The problem is we would sacrifice all three of ours, which was the issue. So when he said the digit, I'm like, well, needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or in this case, the one. The only problem is I couldn't ask his permission. We just had to go ahead and do it to save not only him, but also the three of us. So that was it's not an easy decision to make.
God, I hope not.
But there was not any other way that Alarian could see out that would protect all of us. And that was the decision they made. And it, although ruthless and a little gruesome, it was the practical decision at the time. Mm-hmm. Again, we have to, and again, as I was texting Jen in the background, I'm pretty sure we can fix them, assuming we get out of here. But this session ended a lot better than with the situation where we began, thanks to everyone. Just need to be building up the plan. I mean, need to get back with the party and put our minds together. But yeah, and the stare down with Reeves was also, luckily I did not have to give him my ace in the hole, which I'm very happy about. I didn't have to worry about that. So in a way, failing that deception roll might have been a good thing, because then it took him to a different train of thought, which I think actually helped me. And the other thing, I was kind of glad that he wasn't just a two-dimensional villain who's going to kill this guy. He believes he can restore him or make him whole or bring him back to the path.
Sure,
which also makes it
Warforged. It's possible that they can be brought
which
back to the light.
Also makes him more dangerous, because he evinces more dimensional thinking.
Yep.
So yeah, it's going to be a problem. And if we break his ship, he's really not going to be happy. But we'll deal with that when it comes. So yeah, this was awesome. Well played by everyone all around. And yeah, I think we're actually in a much better position. I have hope now. I did not have a ton of hope last time, so I've got a lot more. Of course, we'll see how the next session goes and whether that hope is placed or totally misguided. But yeah, I am John Helfers. I'm an editor, the executive editor of Catalyst Game Labs. We do Leviathans, we do BattleTech, we do Shadowrun. We're about to do a really big BattleTech thing at Adepticon next week, from Wednesday through Sunday. And it's the kickoff of our Mercenaries Kickstarter, which is going to be a big deal on the interwebs. So spread the news. If you like big stompy mechs coming back, if you're in the Chicago area, come on by the Schaumburg Convention Center and say hello, play some games, have some fun, roll some dice, and see us. A bunch of the Catalyst crew are going to be there. We're making it a big deal. So we hope everyone enjoys it. And yeah, I'll see everyone next month, if I don't see you before then.
Good stuff. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. As we said, Marie Bilodeau ended up leaving a little early because Marie is still recovering from concussion, is, if you will, in the concussion protocol. And one of those protocols is when getting a little bit dizzy after, focused attention, then wanted to let discretion be the better part of valor. I think Marie did quite well tonight, and I'm excited to see how Marie does next month with Marie, as Marie continues to be on the mend. So, great person, great writer. You should follow Marie in all the things. And we will welcome Marie back with open arms shortly for both this and for Court of Blades, for Valorword Court of Blades, which is, of course, the Speculate stuff that Brandon and I do with our friend Michael R. Underwood. Last but certainly not least, Tren, obviously, as I said, a lot of this has been focusing on Tanton because of his connection with the House Cannith. And here you get a chance to actually see a Warforged artificer thinking for itself, obviously, and processing for itself, and having a kind of healthy respect without worship for one of the makers from House Cannith, because presumably Clock was one of the ones responsible for doing some of the modifications that you could actually see here. In addition to that, there is the fact that also Tanton is having to think about all these things at once, and you get the impression that, like, this thing, which is like the mega split the party plan, you go here and do this, you go here and do this, everyone better be able to respond perfectly, but not all the time is everyone going to work as one, concentrated unit of 5 because of the nature of how these things break down. So I was very interested to see how Tanton perceived Clock and whether that's going to, how that will develop over time, as Tanton is also thinking about, how do I do what I'm supposed to do now, with the ship, and like the timing of all of it. Like, okay, open the thing, turn the power off, but don't turn the power off too early because then this happens and blah, 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 blah. So there's a lot, obviously, that's running through Tanton's head, and he's going to get that appellation. He's going to earn that appellation of the brain that is discussed in the video with this one when we get to our next session. Tren, so that was good stuff all the way along. How did you feel about today's session, Tren, and where will the fine folks find you next?
Like everybody else, I thought today was just delicious, just delicious. With Clock, the moment he said that, Reeve doesn't like me, and I'm like, Court of Blades, Parliament of Gears, absolutely.
That was a good call, by the way. That line, the Parliament of Gears, was a good moment where I was like, all right, well, we've laid it out on the table then. You're quite right. That's exactly what he picked up on.
Just there's when he was like, the only reason he hasn't killed me is because he needs me. I'm like, that's him. This is him. This is who we need to talk to right here. So I was like, when do I blurt this out? And Brandon, you and I were both trying to say something at that moment, and I wasn't sure which of us he heard. And so when he heard, he was like, and he pauses. I'm like, oh, he heard me. Okay. Well, all right, let's
I hope I'm right then.
Yeah, like the scene in The Hunt for Red October. All right, Mr. Ryan, we just unzipped our fly.
Yeah,
it's like, oh boy!
Such a great scene. Such a great scene.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. To now know that the elementals are on the first floor. I'm like, wait, where? Because there weren't that many doors. So where are they? Kind of thing. And that's one of the things that Tanton is going to talk to Clock about before he heads out the door. But yeah, it was just like, okay, when he realized that like when we're standing there, we're all invisible, and Ilarion and everybody are walking downstairs to go and do the thing, and it's like immediately I'm thinking, whatever he's told to do, I can fix it. It's not a problem. It'll be fine. And so, Tanton was not worried about it at all. And then there was a point where I was thinking, what would Tanton do if he had been discovered and was like, so you want to devote yourself to our cause and be one of the makers that actually helps the Lord of Blades? Take this thing apart. And Tanton would have been like, okay. And he would have done it.
I could see that, yeah.
Because he knows he can put him back together again later.
Yeah.
And, it's just... Yeah, it's just Tanton's not worried about hurting Warforged. He knows he can reassemble them. Couldn't really do that with Sheriff, but she had a bullet in her brain, so it's a little harder to fix.
Yeah.
So, but that was and it was and is one of the things he's going to mention to Clock, and he doesn't know about the big red X on the map upstairs, but he's like, if you want a place to go, we can go to Salvation. They would love to have you there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
and that is one of the things he's going to mention.
Sanctuary, but yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I like. Side note: I like that all of you are individually kind of coming up with people that you're basically like. They're all gathering in this haven known as Sanctuary, right? Like you're bringing all these people to bear, which are people that typically, the evil creatures have either dismissed or discarded, or sort of like, you've served your. And this is the mistake, incidentally, side note chat, that evil tends to make in a lot of things, is that it discards things that it thinks are of no use. And the problem is that because evil's power axis always tends to go along one line, that it doesn't have the vision to see things broader, even more broadly, even in a practical sense. It means that those who think more broadly have a tendency to be able to see not just the moral value, but the practical value of creatures that get discarded, and that often harms both in real life and elsewhere evil. So, sorry, Trent.
That's okay. That's okay. So, Tanton definitely has a plan at this point, and that is to let Clock let Clock clock the guy in the hallway, and then let I almost said Warren. No, that's not right. I'm fusing names together in ways that they don't go. To let Rowan get the folks next door, and then Tanton stays invisible as long as he can, heads downstairs and tries to find the door where these people are. The only problem he's got, right now the only problem he has is that there's one door to get down there, which is about to open as soon as Clock does so. But once he gets down there, then he's going to have to, he's going to need the key. And so he's like, okay, so if we stun enough of these guys and we can take their keys and then open the doors and disable them, we'll be okay. And then that means that the doors will stay open and these guys will be able to come after us. Because once he lets the elementals out, this brick ain't going anywhere. And that may aggravate, Captain Cleve, Reeve, Christopher George, whichever Reeve he is.
If he's not dead, we want him pissed off.
Oh, I can piss him off. That's not a problem. I know how to piss off a Warforged. That's easy.
Well, we want him dead.
Yes, well, or inactive.
Ideally, but that is a tertiary goal at best.
Yeah, that is so far down on the list.
Yeah. So, lots of fun stuff, coming down the whatever it is, pipe, they both work. Just one sounds more like sewage than the other. But the conversation that's going to happen with these guys. Oh, no!
Oh my God! I've been having mental conversations with
me too
in my head for days.
Me too. Absolutely. Where will people see me next? Here on Tuesday afternoon, evening it depends on what time of day it is wherever you are. It'll be afternoon for me. So.
Yes, as Shire Adventures makes its March debut finally, and we're back for a very, very different kind of campaign. Let me just tell you all. Where
I play a Warforged artificer named
Chronometer,
not
in the least.
Chronometer. Minute hand.
Yes, that's going to be good stuff. And again, don't forget audiobook of Greyshade coming from Tren as well, and you will not want to miss that. That's right. It will happen. I cannot wait.
Sure.
But that is the amazing work from the amazing crew of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players tonight of Trent Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of John Helfers, of Jennifer Brozek, and Brandon O'Brien. Wonderful work from everybody. Thank you all, players. Infinity and Beyond, I will see you folks. I'll actually see John and Brandon tomorrow to talk about stuff, various things. And I will see Trent, I'll see you on Tuesday. And Jen and Marie, I will see both of you down the line soon for something. But bye for now, wonderful players. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
All right. And that, folks, is going to do it for us for this evening. But, oh, man, was that so much fun. I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. I guess we're going to find out because it very much was what are people willing to do? How will they make their stances? What exactly will they do in the process of this? And there's a lot riding again on the way in which they interpreted this too. The King's Citadel, as I say, is this is their thing. It's like the classic, God, why don't you send why don't you send help? And the classic, God being like, I sent you. That's kind of what this is, in a way. Like the Citadel is the best, and their job is to figure out how to navigate the unnavigable in a way. And I am very excited to be able to see how they manage things as they go forward. It's going to be great. And just from the point of view of watching visual moments kind of come together, there were so many of these things where I'm just like, that, oh my God, that could equal this, and then this is going to be this. I'm glad that they and you like Clock. I like Clock too, as much as they did. And the idea that there is this Parliament of Gears and you don't know who's on your side and who isn't, is just like that absolutely turns my crank. I love every bit of that, and it's going to be great to see what happens, and to see what they do about these cultist true believers, and how they manage things. So it's funny. Sometimes it feels like there's a fine line between loyalty and cultish, slavish obedience. And in this case, there are some cases where no, there's a difference between those that serve willingly and those who serve because they're kind of being forced into it. And so we're going to get a chance to see all of that, and it's great, and I can't wait. And I can't wait for other stuff that's happening this week. As I said, Shire Adventures coming up. Then we've got Chained Echoes on GOGCom's Twitch channel on Tuesday. Then we've got Shire Adventures, and then we've got Citizen Sleeper at Night with your vocalist, with Zach Clay, and with Rem Alternus. So that's going to be great. More of this game coming, and also more Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks coming as well. So you will definitely want to be here for all of that, because that campaign is kicking ass and taking names too. So I'm very excited for all of that. Anyway, yeah, well, that's fair. It is true, but it's funny too. It's just the difference between ritual and comfort and stuff which is sort of affirmation, the strength of affirmation, that people speak things together. That I think is important. And then the sort of whatever they say, I say, and the kind of blissed out, thing, which is not the same thing. I actually think faith requires wide-eyed commitment. One of the messages of Grey Shade is that faith requires commitment, not sort of dogmatic adherence. And that line, understanding that there is a difference between those things, is a big part of what that novel talks about. So it's fun to see that getting played out in this game too. If you like what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out my YouTube channel with this and previous broadcasts of this stream. That's !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Please follow me over there until that thing implodes. And the website for all of this, of course, is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area, where we have a big list of the best bad ideas this group has ever had. That list of mantras is increasing, but we're going to have that. We're going to have more Shire Adventures stuff and a couple of other things too. So all of that is going to be over on the shop when Triffid and I are finished in the redesign of that, which will be coming up in the next month or so, I would say. !Arv Treon is right there. That's the Patreon. 21 patrons, $2.20 per month. That has been heading back up in a positive direction. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, so it makes a big difference. So thank you. If you have not already done so, and cool stuff for you and the channel, including those inspirations, by the way. In the meantime, you can also sub to the channel to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and also to be able to support at a high enough tier that you get that inspirations as well. So that would be very much appreciated if you can support us there too. And thank you so much to those who resubbed and gifted subs today. Wayman Wolf with 7 gift subs by my count. So thank you very much. I think that puts us over 100 subs right now, so I'll have to reset that goal. That's really awesome, and I'm really grateful. I think our overall goal, or rather our overall sub, I want to say that our record was like 130 something. So we'll see if we get there over time, but I really do appreciate that. So thank you, Wayman Wolf, for those gifts, and thank you for those of you who resubbed and subbed tonight. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and of course, Grey Shade, my novel Grey Shade, which came out last year from Athos Arts. The sequel to which is called Renegade, that'll be out later this year. year. And the final book in that trilogy, the Grey Assassin trilogy, called Heretic, will be out next year. Also, the tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien coming out later this year, and the amazing and awesome audiobook of Grey Shade coming to you, excuse me, from our very own Trent Sparks, who you saw just now doing that role play as well. So all of that's going to be coming out later this year. And also, while I'm on the subject, please do not forget about this, ! Klein. That is for the live kickoff event for ArvCon 2023 to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. This is for a live Dungeons & Dragons event on stage at the historic Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. That'll be on Thursday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern. I will be joined by Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney, Zach Clay, and Robert Austin James, also known as Darkside Rob, plus a high school student. They are going to be joining me on stage to play in front of this audience. It will be a live audience, and there will be both in person and online, and you can get tickets for just $5 for either one of those, and you can also spread the word. Please do that by letting other people know about that link. And also, if you are interested, I've had a few people who have actually contacted me to send them flyers so they can put them up in game stores and even like libraries and things like that in their community, and I have gladly sent those along and will gladly send those along to you as well. If you want, just send me a private message, let me know what your address is, and I will mail these out to you promptly. And thank you in advance. I know we're still a couple of months out before that event is happening, but we want to make sure that we get as many people as we can involved, both for the Klein, but also, of course, for Damon Runyon, which this is benefiting, and ArvCon in general is benefiting. So please jump on board with that. Last but certainly not least, ! BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. You got that right, Drew, and I wonder who will be taking those. ! Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And ! Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war. This is our way to stand up for those people who are fighting with bravery and courage, and to say not only that we want to help them, but to send the message that we will do that with others as we go forward into the future. Now, we are going to do a raid today because we have a good number of people and it's not super late today. The raid is very simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this. That is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch raid. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts Have Landed, and then throw in an Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, obviously Twitch raid, Arvany What, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all of the Arvanys when you are brought over automatically to the place where we are going to be raiding in just a little bit. Please go over and do that raid, and then feel free to head off to bed or wherever you're going to go. But it's good for us. It's good for the channel that we're raiding, so please consider jumping on board for that. And don't forget that I will be back on GOG Comp's Twitch channel on Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern for Pen and Pixels and Chained Echoes, and then back over here at 5 p.m. Eastern for Shire Adventures. It's going to be a good time. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, Chaotix, Dragonspear, Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, The Rising Tides, Triffity Mats. Thank you so much to the best mods in the business. Thank you so much as well to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Arudinel, Chaotix, Dragonspear, Drew, Prince Justin, The Rising Tides, Triffid, JLC, Trendane, and Wayman Wolf. And again, thanks for all the gift subs, Wayman Wolf. Really appreciate that. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Dammy. Thank you to Desudo, to Duzicorn. Thank you to Double Ode. Thank you to Arendt. What's up, Arendt? Thank you to Faison, to Gon Eden. Thank you to Gremmelmart. Thank you to Elizabeth, Imperial, Jagtress, Kismet, Kentucky Hawkeye. Thank you to Lonzo Gonzo, Maro Mano. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau, Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you to Nina Tella. Thank you to Praxagora. Thank you again, Praxagora, for the raid today. I appreciate it, and everyone who jumped on board and followed. And thank you, of course, to Spock Jr. Thanks, everyone, so much for being here and being awesome people. And thank you so much for spreading the word. And I'm going to see you folks on Tuesday again. Please stick around for the raid if you can. If you can't, you need to head off to bed. I totally understand. In that case, just accept my thanks. Most of all, everyone, as I always say, please be good to each other and stick around for the raid after our video is done. That's it for me. I'll catch you folks on Tuesday. Until then, as always, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night. Salvation, on the edge of the gray. Sharn, city of towers. And the link between them? The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the shield. A star-forged Aegis who's lived a long time, who's seen peace and war, and will do whatever it takes to keep the first from falling into the second. Merime, the sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams prophesy uncertain ends, but the wisdom of whose counsel and love for her sister are unquestionable. Tantin, the brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals deep curiosity and razor-sharp intellect, sharp enough to cut down the Citadel's enemies. Nisiana, the heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, no matter the cost. Rowan Shallow, the wild card. For most of his life, he's played a dangerous game. When the chips are down, will he fold or go all in to save his friends? They found an artifact so powerful it could undo the fragile peace between nations, the Oracle of War, which gives anyone who owns it the knowledge they need to win any battle, and which, in speaking lines from the ancient draconic prophecy, could predict all of Eberron's future. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, where experts like the Gynosphinx Flamewind began to unravel the Oracle's mysteries as the King's Citadel thwarted assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw, and the nation of Thrain tracked down the daring thief Sky Blue and defeated the salvage broker and claw operative Erulin Karnak. Apparently. But there can be no rest while the dogs of war howl. And despite the Citadel's best efforts, Thrain and Brayland have inched ever closer to all-out conflict, just as the Oracle predicted. Now the adventurers must return to Salvation, to find the secrets of the Oracle of War before it's too late. But how have things changed since they left? And will those who've sworn to die before they give up their freedom, the servants of the enigmatic Lord of Blades, threaten Salvation's uneasy peace? They've survived the Grey, saved Salvation, and navigated the intrigue and deception of Sharn. But can they stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome back to Salvation.